One. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to another episode of Doppler's Gear Garage. I am so excited that you could join us. I have some very special guests here, and we're going to be talking about social content creation, which I think is one of the coolest things. And we've been seeing all these, various people kind of doing these. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to. Wait. That's hold on. Another. Aha! Hang on, one second. Is that coming through somewhere over there? Yes.
That was muted out.
Okay, good. That wasn't me for once. Hello.
No.
Yes.
No, Doug, I have a
Yes. We celebrate our victories here because I'm like, no, wait a second, because I've gotten. If they can go wrong.
Right.
It's gone wrong on me. But the thing is that I have developed a leather soul like nobody's business. All right, so what we're going to do here is, in theory, what I'm going to be able to do is just jump over to Zoom. And the whole thing we're celebrating is Steve Vai's 60th birthday, first of all. And Tom Atkins and Chris Stark got together and had this crazy idea to do a remake of The Crying Machine in honor of Steve's 60th birthday, which I thought was the greatest idea. And they put together just a bunch of folks from, I think, multiple Vi academies, and it came out great. And so what I wanted to do was get as many of my fellow Vi Academy brethren and sisterin, or whatever the female of brethren may be, and kind of talk about the process. Also, I absolutely loved watching during the video, seeing everybody's studio setup, and I just was like, I want to know what people are using. So the goal of what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to have just a breakdown on what the impetus was, the ever so slight timeline, and then in turn, kind of walking through everybody's piece of this. So let's start off. So Tom,
Yes.
where are you coming from?
Planet Earth. Are you hearing me?
I am
My
hearing you now.
Oh, was my audio off?
Nope, that was a Doppler move.
Oh no, that's cool.
So
That's
hang on,
good.
wait. So we're going to do an edit in 3, 2, 1. So Tom, where are you coming to us from?
I'm coming from the planet Earth, also known as the state of New York, upstate New York, Albany, New York, East Greenbush, the suburb of Albany, New York, and a small room therein.
So how long before Steve's birthday did you actually hatch this idea of like, hey, we want to do this?
During Steve's, I think, Under It All session where he was going through meditation, specifically for that, and he was talking about appreciation. And I think because I've been one of the very lucky ones to have gone through all of his Vi Academies and the Dreamcatcher Vi Academies, and a couple of his Alien Love Secrets when he's touring, I just have, just not a. I'm a huge fan, obviously, but it's just a life-changing event with him at the Vi 2. Actually, the first time I hung out with Chris Stark, that's the first time we met. And but anyway, long story short is that's where it happened when he had the meditation talk under it all. I said, I'd like to show appreciation for him. When's his birthday? We should do something. And I said we should do something. I reached out to, I posted it up maybe about a month before the birthday, and Chris then said we should get everybody in on it. And then about 2 weeks before the birthday, we said, "Oops, we should get going on that." And so then, long story short, we, Chris and I were talking about, trying to, what can we do? How can we do this together? And I have, unfortunately, with my hearing aids in summer and sweat, they just broke. So I had told Chris, I said, I will do anything that you ask. And I was also aware that he had horrible internet connection, which has now just been fixed. But I was prepared to actually do some. We basically all did video. Every single person here, for the most part, did the whole song, and then we were gonna have piecing people in, and we learned so much about where everyone else is at on the big playground. In terms of like, well, how are we gonna make this a comprehensive whole? And so I kind of took over one aspect of it, which was just reaching out and writing people and keeping in touch and letting everybody know where it was. So Chris could take those 2 sleepless days and nights, which seems to happen in Hawaii a lot. But you get those 2 sleepless days and nights in Hawaii, and he just masterfully edited everyone into a kaleidoscope of gratitude and appreciation.
So with that said, Chris Stark, welcome aboard. And first of all, I love everybody's rooms. I mean, this has been like, I'm a gear geek. So one of my favorite parts is getting a chance to hang out with all of you, and also kind of from, being able to watch this, the actual final edited video. So Chris, I got to ask, what is it like editing video with a slow internet connection as all that stuff is coming in?
Oh my goodness.
Let's start there. What a nightmare.
Yeah, well, thankfully, being in Hawaii, my time zone is quite different from everybody else's. So most of the videos coming in when everybody else in Hawaii is asleep. So I actually had decent download times for, grabbing all the video off Tom's Google Drive. It did take time, though. I mean, it probably about, average of 200 meg to all the way up to about 1.5 gigs of video from each participant. So we're talking, probably about 8 hours of downloading.
So you got your high-speed internet connection today?
Just yesterday.
Just yesterday. So what is your up and what is your down? Have you done speed test yet?
I have. So we went from 12 megabit download to 450 megabit download. 1 megabit upload to 20 megabit upload. So,
dude,
so night and day.
So is that fiber?
No, this is just standard copper cable internet. Yeah,
dude, that's smoking.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just go around the room here and introduce everybody real quick, and then we're going to come back and we're gonna kind of get into some of the geeky kid stuff. So let's do this here, and there we go. And we're going to jump over. Michael Brock, how are you, man?
Man, I am wonderful. Can you hear me?
You're a little tiny bit hot, but enthusiastic, and I love that. So yes, I can hear you.
That's how we do it here in Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
Okay, so you're in Muscle Shoals. Awesome. Well,
I am.
I guess that answers the first question. And first of all, good to see you. I think I saw you sporting one of these, as I recall. Is that correct? There it is. Come on.
As a matter of fact, yes, I'm I'm very proud of this. This is one of my 2 go-to guitars. I have the Petrucci Music Man, and I have this one, and I got this one at a Vi Academy. Signed, got lots of nice signatures on the back.
Nice.
Steve Ingve, Steve Morse, Eric Gales came through town last year and he signed it. So collecting signatures on the back of this one. It's a great guitar.
So the interesting thing is I'm also noticing that you and Chris seem to have the same amplifier, if I'm not incorrect there. What is that?
I'll give you the tour here. That's the JP2C.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. And my God, what a monster! I love that amp.
And what do you use in the loop? Is there dare I say it?
Uh,
Go ahead.
it's an HX effects.
Nice.
And so, yeah, I'm front ending it. I'm front ending it with a wah. It's actually it's actually a very complex setup when I have it all set up correctly. Because with the Majesty, I've got the split system, right, with pianos, and so I'm coming out with a stereo chord. And I kind of emulated John's setup with that. I'm coming out into a TC body res on the piezo side, and then on the other side, on the magnetic side, I'm coming into. I
Uh-oh.
think
We didn't lose your audio, but we lost your video.
It's a
Wait.
very complex setup.
clumsy fingers.
Tom,
It should come back, hopefully.
that's how this group rolls. Tom just was razzing you. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, we're
All right,
live.
I'll stop messing with my phone. I'm actually I downloaded a little program to allow me to use my iPhone as a webcam. So
Awesome.
yeah, that's doing something interesting there. So I won't mess with that again. But on the magnetic side, I'm just coming out into the wall pedal and then going into the amp, and then have the HX effects in the loop. And I'm not doing the 4-cable method, but I could set that up too. But it's a good unit.
That's awesome. All right. Good to see you. We are going to check back in. And what I want to
All right.
do is just kind of run through everybody, and that way everybody is properly introduced. So I think we're going to go down under next here. Let's see if I can do this right. And we're going to head over there. Come on, Duggo. Here we go.
Hey, man, how are you?
Hey, good. What's going on, mate? How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
I just want to say this has been an awesome experience being involved with all these guys, and also Chris. I'm on my phone, and I'm actually not in my studio, so I'm out of sorts. This is weird, trying to solve tech issues on the fly. But, yeah, anyway, where I'm from Brisbane, Australia, and right now I'm on the Gold Coast. So it's like Florida, if you're into surfing. Clearly, I've got a moon tan, so, I don't really see them. I only go out at night, so...
That's so funny. So... what was it like? The funny thing is that how many hours are you and Chris? You're almost coming back around because you're almost on the Asian side of things, right? And he's on the Hawaiian side of things because where Australia is in proximity to Hawaii. So how many hours are you 22 hours ahead of him?
Yeah, so I'm in the future. So you can come back to the future if you want to.
In more ways than one.
And by the way, do you go by Duggo or what is the Australia? Because in case anybody out there doesn't know, the Australians always have nicknames for people. You can never just be Doug. So are you Duggo?
It can be an O or an E. So Dougie. They call me Dougie.
That's awesome. And so you also have a streaming endeavor. What do you have a regular streaming day / time?
What? Sorry? A streaming what, sorry?
A streaming endeavor. Do you have a regular day and time?
Yeah, so for Eastern states in Australia, so I try to broadcast at 7 p.m., which is probably midnight in New York, I think. But, I guess the joys of the internet, it is what it is, and a lot of people watch stuff, that's not live. But having been musicians, though, it sort of works out because there's always mates around the world. Through this actual experience, there's someone around the world that's up, so it's awesome. But, so my little streaming thing is called Make Some Noise, and I'd love to get all of you on at some stage. That'd be awesome.
That would be great. And all right, I hear the madman's phone. Hang on a second. So Duggo, we'll be back with you in a bit, my friend. All right, here we go. Come on. There we go. All right, what's going on there, handsome?
What's up, guys? We're getting toasted out here in San Fernando Valley, California. Hot as hell. It's like on my car, it shows like 110 degrees. At the meantime, keep practicing, keep playing. Had a great rehearsal last night, so looking forward to get back to music, I guess.
That's awesome. So, you're not originally from Los Angeles, though.
No. I'm from Russia. I lived here for like about 7 years now. I'm not looking forward to go back to. Living in California definitely gave like a lot of opportunities to have things to come into my life which I couldn't even like dream about, like to meet all of you guys.
Хорошо. Мой друг.
Мой друг, yeah, you're my drug.
Вы тоже. Ты тоже. So,
There you go. Yeah, Doug actually speaks Russian fluently, just for you to know.
чуть-чуть.
Maybe he's like.
So, when you were growing up
Right on.
in Russia, right? So,
Yeah.
who were the people that you listened to? I mean, was it all the kind of the Western guitar players, or were I mean, you shred like the Dickens, so there's got to be a bunch of Russian shredders that maybe we haven't heard of. Obviously, we've heard of you, but who else is there?
Well, there's actually, quite a few like really cool guys. My friend Val Gaina, he's like, if you remember, Doug, like in the 90s, there was a band called Karma in Los Angeles. It was a pretty big band, it was more art rock than like anything else, but, yeah, he's like one of the biggest. Val Gaina, there's other bands who are pretty much like copying, like Iron Maiden and like Judas Priest, but their guitar players are pretty strong. But like as for me, when I was like 10 years old, I got a Fire Garden CD, and that was about it. I was like, whoa. I was telling my dad, like, I want to play in a band, but I don't want anybody to sing. I just like want like the guitar. He's like, man, you're not gonna make it anywhere. I was like, I don't care. I like that. I like instrumental music. That was it. And like since then, just kind of started like working towards kind of getting my stuff together so I can create actually wide format compositions.
And so,
yeah, trying to work on it.
What was it like? Kind of showing up at, you're an Yngwie fan too, so like, your Facebook page has got a pretty nice little snap of you with Yngwie and Steve and the rest of the crew from that Vi Academy. Was it one of those surreal moments, or were you ready for it? Because I think everybody, especially the first time they go to one of these, they're like, this is like, I must be dreaming, because like these guys are just right there. How surreal was it? Or were you just like, yeah, whatever, they're here, I'm here. What was it like?
Well, it was pretty crazy, I mean, it took a little bit to actually understand like what's going on and, what does it all actually mean to me, but honestly, Vi Academy experience was definitely one of the, coolest things that ever had happened to me. I had no idea that, things might come together and, you get on stage and meet like all these cool people. My favorite part about Academy is of course like jamming after hours, them getting like 3 hours of sleep and like going to Mr. White preaching like for a couple hours. What could be better?
That's awesome.
But yeah, it did. What's that?
Out of all the camps, I don't mean to interject, but out of all the camps, Roman was the one guy that Steve pulled up after jamming the night before, and then they talked on stage. I mean, that's how impressive Roman's
I was
talent.
clapping
It's
hands on
amazing.
stage.
That's awesome.
I
Every
remember
time
that.
one of the jams happens, man, where's Roman? I want to be in that room. Wherever Roman is, I want to be where Roman is.
I love it.
Now, guys, I got the whole jam room here. Like during the pandemic, we got drum set, PAs, we got like 20 amplifiers and 40 guitars.
Sleep.
Everyone's
Sleep when we're
welcome.
dead.
All right, Roman, always a pleasure. I'm going to get
Right on that.
We're going to head down to a little south of the border here from where I am here. Ramiro, oh, look at this. Holding court in the throne of Ibanez. Look at that setup. Ramiro, how are you, my friend? ¿Cómo está, amigo?
Good evening. Muy bien. Good evening, Doug. How are you?
Estoy muy bien. ¿Y usted?
Excellent. Perfecto. Excelente.
Excellent.
Hello to all my brothers and sisters from the Vi Academy and Drip Cancer event, of course, because not only it's the Vi Academy, I think Petrucci or Paul Gilbert, or thank you
Ramiro,
so much for
un momento.
Yeah?
Can I ask everybody to mute their mics? And your mic is a little quiet, and I'm only hearing you on one side.
Let me check.
and louder will be fine. Here's the thing.
Check.
There we go. That's much better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's in stereo, Zoom stereo. That's the problem.
Testing.
Check
1,
that.
2.
Okay. Check. Uh, you tell me. I'm an Ivan's guy.
I never would have guessed. So, first of all, oh wait. What is the one immediately to your left? What is that? Su guitarra a la izquierda. ¿Qué es?
Yeah. I don't know. Remember, it's my second time on Zoom. My first time was yesterday with you.
And we had a good hang. So here's the thing. The level is good. For some reason, it's just coming up on one side, but that works. We've got enough level. I know that look.
Yes.
Okay,
This is-
there we go.
Yeah. Because it was in stereo mode at from Zoom.
Okay, do me a favor. A little more audio. Give us some more level.
More. Okay. Check.
Awesome. That's great. Okay.
Awesome.
So
Yeah.
what is the guitar to your left?
On my left,
See.
I have my Ibanez JPM.
Aha. Could only see the top of it, but I'm like, I know what that is. So
This is my first real guitar. I have this guitar since 1998. Was gave my parents gave me at my graduation and high school. Was my present.
can you get closer to the mic?
Yeah.
There we go. All right, good.
Yeah.
So
My
that
parents
is,
gave me.
yes, I can
Okay.
hear. What a gorgeous guitar. So I take it that's very near and dear to your heart.
Sorry?
A su corazón. Su guitarra es, I'm speaking in Spanish and we've got 5 million people who speak English. Su guitarra es muy cerca a su corazón, no? My Spanish
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
bad. He's like, what's
No,
he
yeah,
saying? That guitar is close
this
to your
guitar
heart.
is one of my favorite guitar.
I love it.
Favorite
So,
guitar.
so
Yeah.
you're coming.
But it's not my main guitar right now. My main guitar is another one.
Well, of course. So Argentina, it's a long way to come from.
Yeah.
How did you hear about the camp or the camps, and kind of what made you kind of
the
go,
camps.
I've got to go. I've got to go.
Okay. In 2018, I maybe when I'm fine or looking for learn more about guitar, when I went to MI, I think, well, maybe if I travel to New York and do the camp and meeting people, I think meeting people is one of the best part to go to the camps.
I love it. So, do you know many guitar players in Argentina or in the States here? Are there just so many more guitar players? There's got to be a lot of musicians in Argentina.
Yeah, a lot of guitar players, great guitar players.
And are you playing in a band right now?
I have my own band, Ramiro Caballero, and I play my guitar instrumental songs.
And do you guys play live? And are you guys playing live?
Yeah, not now about pandemic, right? In Argentina, it's very difficult. All streaming, make music, recording, everything online.
And how excited were you to be part of this particular kind of, it's like a camp reunion, right?
Yeah, I'm very grateful. Thank you so much to Tom, Chris, and my brothers and sister from Bay Academy. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. I know it was a hard work. I know.
Well, that's awesome. Romero, we're going to come back to you in a little bit here, but it's great to see you. And thanks so much for joining us, my friend. All right, let's.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, with pleasure. With pleasure. All right, there we go. Zion, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, Doug, and hey, everyone. Thanks so much for having us on, and thanks, Chris and Tom, for putting this whole thing together.
Is this not just so incredibly cool, or what?
It's fantastic. It's amazing. Like, I'm sitting here in Toronto right now. I'm from Dhaka, Bangladesh originally, and Steve Vai was so popular in Bangladesh. It's incredible, like what kind of a following he has there, and to actually get to Vai Academy and have all this happen is fantastic.
So, what was it like, the feeling, the first time you walked into the room and there he was? I mean, was it like, just like, oh, snap?
It was tremendous because, as I said, growing up in Bangladesh, most international bands don't go there on tour. So the prospect of seeing Vai live, let alone in this capacity, I never thought it would happen. And to be there, it was surreal. It took a few seconds to be like, oh, wow, this is real. But then after that, Vai's just got this really down-to-earth energy that just makes everything feel at home and people feel comfortable. And everything was just, boom. All the people were super friendly as well. So yeah, in an hour, it's like, wow, I'm home.
So isn't that kind of the funniest thing? Because I remember the first one of these camps I was getting ready to go to, I was like, I wonder if the people are going to be nice, right? Because you got a room full of guitar players. They're either all going to be haters throwing daggers at you, or they're going to be, and the amazing thing is every single one of these camps kind of has its own vibe, but everybody is so cool. I love that.
Every single person, yeah. Brilliant people all around. And even the instructors, the teachers, everyone was so gracious with their time, super friendly, down to earth.
That's awesome. So, are you playing in a band? Tell us about what you're musically up to.
Yeah, for sure. So right now I'm with Strandberg Guitars, and I play in a band called Sun Decay. And I do work with music tech a lot. I just worked with Eventide Audio on the Tricera Chorus algorithm that just came out. I've got a couple of presets on the factory presets on the unit.
So you're like a serious geek.
Serious geek. It's like so much gear all around me, pedals, and just I'm surrounded by gear literally right now.
All right, I've been told my camera is frozen, so I'm going to do a little something here. So why don't you take a moment, Zion, and tell us about how you got it. So you program algorithms, is that correct?
I've worked on like the design, like kind of looking at user interface, looking at workflow, sound, how things might work out. So more from the user flow standpoint.
So are you, and how did you, and I'm going to reset my camera here. So while I'm doing that, please tell us how you got started doing this.
Well, I've always been into tech and especially interface design because I'm really into human behavior and how that affects everything and how we navigate our systems. And we got to chatting and just nerded out hard. And next thing you know, this came along and they reached out and I got to play around and now got some DNA in the unit, which feels really cool.
That is really utterly phenomenal. So congratulations on that. We're gonna come back to you in a little bit, and I think the goal here is once we introduce everybody who's on the call, we're gonna have kind of a round robin where we're gonna let Tom and Chris hold court a little bit, but also kind of steer things in kind of a because I love the fact that we're all content creators. And the neat thing is I had the privilege of having you guys come on to this show, but I had also the privilege of watching this whole thing kind of happen from afar, which I think is so cool. So thanks for making time tonight. That is so awesome. I'm going to go ahead and unpin your video here. There we go. And all right. Darren Stroud, come on down. How are you, my friend?
Hey, man. Doing good.
Oh, that's awesome. Great to see you. So we're representing Canada big tonight here. Come on.
Wait. No.
Uh-oh. Wait, we lost you. Come back.
I'm in Colorado.
Why did I think you're in Canada?
I don't know, CACO, close enough.
Well, in any case, so what's happening, man? How you been?
Ah, I'm doing excellent, dude. Can't complain.
So how close are you to Vail?
That's about a 6 hour drive for me. Colorado's a pretty big state. I'm in the very southwest corner of Colorado.
Awesome. Well, the funny thing is, I remember, the neat thing is that there are so many different memories that you collect from these camps that I distinctly remember walking into. I think it might have been the first night of the Vi Academy, and you're jamming, and I walked in, was like, whoa, this guy can play. And you kind of had this little bit of a Lukather vibe going. I'm like, oh snap, this is going to be great, because that was the first Vi Academy I went to. So it's been nice to be in touch. Uh, so the name of your band is
Power Tribe, yeah.
Power Tribe. So how much do you guys gig when this kind of pandemic thing isn't happening? What's the gig scene like there in Colorado?
It's interesting. I've just been doing with Power Tribe. The drummer's actually still in Los Angeles, so we were just doing like bigger shows at like the Whiskey and the Canyon Club, just like 3 or 4 times a year was really all the shows we were doing anyway. So it didn't really affect us at all. Haven't really gigged around Colorado. Just kind of focused on writing and recording since we've been here.
Hey, if you guys could mute your mics, that would be fabulous. Awesome, thanks, guys. So, does that mean you spent time in Los Angeles, or does that mean that your drummer kind of is like a hardcore skier, and then they go to California or something? How does that work out?
It's the magic of technology these days. We literally recorded our whole last CD. Actually, we spent time in LA, so we went to LA, recorded the drums. Then I just brought the drum tracks back to Colorado, and I did everything else here. And then we just sent it off to mastering and mixing about a month ago.
Oh, that's awesome. And
yeah.
What's the release date?
We're kind of holding off. We're getting ready to release our first single as a lyric video, probably here in the next week or so. And then as far as this whole CD goes, we're just going to have to wait and see till we can get some shows behind it before we really work on releasing it. We'll just release singles until then.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
So, what are your favorite things about these camps? So, like, if there's one that stands out, that's great. But if there are a couple of things that you're like, I love, because for me, there's a bunch of things. What are your favorites?
It's the whole vibe of the thing. I just love. It's so fun to be able to just completely engulf yourself in that environment for like 3 or 4 days. It's like literally the world disappears, right? And your whole world is just that. and it's just guitar and music, and all the jams are always so much fun, and it's the whole experience. You get so much to sit down with these guys, that are, super accomplished and super awesome players, and get to hear and talk with them and converse with them and get ideas from them. It's just, there's so many good things. I mean, there's nothing bad. The whole thing is just an amazing experience.
That's awesome. Darren,
Yeah.
always a pleasure. And looking forward to hearing some more from you this evening. So let's see what we can do. And who we got here? Sonia. Wait, hold on. There we go, Sonia. And Sonia, how are you? Nice to see you.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Very good. Yes, I'm fine. A bit tired because it's 3:30 in the morning here in Germany.
And so I take it, did you stay up or did you get up?
I got up. I programmed my alarm clock and got up.
There you go. No, that's a smart move. So nice to see you. Guten Morgen, I think is that close?
Excellent. Very good.
So I love your setup there. So I've got like a 76 twin reverb and a Chapman stick and a Martin and was that a Stingray? What is the Music Man there?
Yeah, that's a 4-string Stingray. That's right.
I love it, and obviously all that other stuff. So
that would be my main guitar here.
Oh, I love it. So what model is that?
That's an ESP 901, and that's why I am my nickname on a lot of forums and everywhere is just 901 as my name. And when I don't want to be recognized as being Sonia, then I call myself 901.
I love it. So you're also a bit of an inventor, as I recall.
Yes, I think so. I hope so.
So what's happening? Are there any cool inventions that you can talk about? That's this. I got to do a little aside here. One of my favorite things about these camps is that there's all this great music, but we had this great hang out on kind of the patio area by the lawn.
Oh yes.
And we're just all sitting there in the chairs, gathered around tables, just talking, kind of sharing our lives. It's one of the most, because when you work with a traditional, in a traditional teaching environment, they come in, you teach, and they leave. Versus actually getting a chance to get some quality hang time. So what can you tell us about the invention front, if anything, now that we're live on the internet? And if not, I totally get it. But like, inquiring minds want to know.
You remember this thing?
Yep.
And this is what I actually used on this crying machine video. Maybe it was a bit small on the screen, but in the first place I was a little hesitant to join this birthday video thing, and I think it was even after the deadline that Chris said that I thought, well, maybe I could just do something with this little guy and pull up something that's more about sound than about shred and trying to impress people and stuff. So I recorded this video in like just one day, and thankfully Chris sorted this out very well and edited out the best part that I played. Thank you, Chris, for that.
And I think she means edited in the best part. But yes, no. So the funny thing is, if you said literally, and I'm correcting your English, which is totally rude, but edit out would actually mean take it out.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. So it's, but so that is a multi-plane expression pedal. Is correct?
Yeah. Well, it's much like a wah pedal, but it goes in every direction.
And how long did you lie in bed at night dreaming about, I can do it, before you just one day went, fine, I'm getting up, I'm drawing it, I'm going to build it? What was the process?
Well, first of all, I had to learn how to use a modern CAD system, because I'm not in this kind of mechanics. I've studied computer science, so first of all I had to learn how to make these things, and I got over a 3D printer, and then worked my way towards this prototype. And right now I'm still testing and trying to refine this this device. I'm still not finished.
Well, that's very exciting, and I can't wait for the rest of the world to have a chance to step on your piece of gear.
Yeah.
But very clever. Awesome.
Doug, if I could interject.
Oh, yes. Hold on. Wait, hang on. I'm going to unpin Sonia, and I'm going to... I know that voice. That is Chris Stark, is it not?
Yeah.
Come on. I'm going to pin you, buddy. You're pinned.
So when I was editing the video and I saw Sonia playing and I heard the audio, I was like, what in the world is that pedal? I really, really need that. And so I was actually going to ask her this evening on the show, what is that? Where can I get one?
I know
You get
some.
one when I'm ready. I promise
Awesome.
you. You will get one of the first.
I
Oh,
love it.
sweet.
I know somebody who knows somebody. I'll hook you up, bro. All right, let's
Awesome.
see.
Well, and I'm planning to do two types of this. One is like my prototype that would be an expression pedal, and in the video I used this as kind of two expression pedals for the helix. So I
Sweet.
programmed on the one axis, on the forward axis, to have a normal wah, and on the sideways axis I had adding pitch, a pitch of I think a fifth or an octave above, and some other things like modulation and reverb to make it more a little bigger once you swell into the octave.
Well, of course,
Because
you
you
got to have some
lose
extra.
a little substance when you go up the octave. I wanted to make it then sound a little bigger, so I'm made up a pretty complicated program on the helix on this.
I love it.
Very cool.
Thanks, Sonia. Andrew
And the
Bonnick.
other type that would be that I would offer this pedal also as a standalone that already includes the effects. So one would be the expression pedal, and the other one would be a self-contained unit.
I love it. Andrew Bonica.
Yes, sir.
Boy, you and I can't seem to get enough of each other. What people don't necessarily know is Andrew and I are working on various mischievous projects together, and I think I spend more time on the phone with Andrew than I spend talking to my wife, and combine that with Zoom calls. Yeah, you know what? That's not a good testimony. You can strike that. I'll be editing that out. So in any case, Andrew, what a surprise to see you here. How are you, my friend?
Long time no see. I think it was about 20 minutes before we went live that we talked.
That's right. So I love that shirt. So where did you get that, dude?
Oh, thanks. So I wore this in the video for those who hadn't seen the video yet, but this was actually custom made for me by a woman in the UK whose name, unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't remember because it was I don't know, a year and a half ago. But I'll turn around so you can see the back because that's what it's really about.
Oh, there we go. Come on. So,
Right.
sorry.
That's the anniversary gem T-shirt that this lady designed, using the logo from Ibanez there. But I have one of the 30th anniversary gems, and she offered to put the serial number on the sleeve in the color of the the one that I have. So maybe if I get the other two colors, I'll get two. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I do have the other two shirts. They just don't have serial numbers because it's like, you got to picture yourself having it before you get it, right?
Visualization. I love that. So,
yeah.
My biggest surprise that I wasn't expecting because and I actually, first of all, I will apologize. Chris and Tom invited me to be part of this project, and I was just insanely too busy. But it would have been a lot of fun to play on this. So just for the record, one of my favorite things though was watching the video, and all of a sudden, who's that on the keys? So they roped you in to play the keys. I love that. So what's so funny is most of the people, first of all, they just got to know you from the camps, but they knew you from kind of our various, if you will, helix sessions and little line 6 hangs, variac stuff and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I kind of knew you played keys, but I didn't know you played keys. So what's up with that, dude?
No, you're too kind. So it's it'll seem more interesting when I tell you the story of how I decided I was going to play keys in this. So of course, like Tom mentioned earlier, we had not even 2 weeks, to get our act together and get all this done in the midst of the million other things that you're aware I'm involved in. So the weekend, it was like, whatever, the weekend before or something, when we first started doing this, I got the sheet music from Tom. Thank you. No offense, please don't copy stuff that's copywritten, but I was in a jam, And if you look at this, this is 25 pages of music. And I did my best between that and a few tutorials because I hadn't ever played Crying Machine. And I was like, oh, I'm going to use the cool light up gem and it's going to be really awesome. And I started playing it, and as Chris can attest to, because he posted pictures of the calluses on his fingers, and I'm sure everybody here in one day probably plays more guitar than I do in a week. So, you know, within I don't know an hour or two, my fingertips were ready to fall off. So I said, you know what? There's like what I don't know 12, 15. I think there ended up being 20 of us total on this. There's going to be plenty of other guitar players. Why don't I play the keyboard parts, because I have the charts. And I love organ, so I love like blues music and jazz and that type of stuff. And you hear those cool, runs that are just like, coming down. And I was like, uh, I'm just gonna play all the keyboard parts. So there's synth, like the horns and stuff, the bump 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 at the beginning, and then the organ, and then some pads swelling, and it was just a lot of fun. So I was like, since they're all actually separate within the song, I could just do every one of those parts and put them all together, and nobody else will be doing it. I was like, it turned out great. I was totally impressed by Chris's mixing and choice of who to put where. But I was like, man, who's gonna want to listen to like 20 guitar players at once? So removing myself from that, I think that's one less for people to try, for Chris to try to place and everything. So I had a lot of fun doing it. It was still challenging because there's a lot of really big, ninths and 13ths and crazy chords going on, and not to mention switching the sounds. So initially, like at the beginning, I tried to switch the sounds live, and I eventually I just ended up cutting them all together because I couldn't do it fast enough.
The funny thing is, I'm actually looking at the notes on Wikipedia, and Will Riley is credited as playing keyboard on track 14, which is not the Crying Machine. Steve Vai, lead vocals, guitar, all other instrumentation except where noted. That is Mr. Vai on keyboards, dude.
Oh yeah, he has a Kronos in his studio. I haven't seen him play it, but I've seen it in his control room. And of course, he's like a notation master from his days with Zappa, so I wouldn't doubt it if that was all him.
I love it. All right, Andrew, we're going to catch up with you in a bit.
Sure.
And I'm sure I'll be talking to you soon.
And I just want to say before I forget, put me on the list for one of those, Sonia, because I totally caught that in the video, and I was like my eyes just immediately went to that. I was like, oh my gosh, what is that? I need one. I want one.
Isn't that awesome? So fantastic. Well, I know somebody who knows somebody, so we got you covered. Chris Benson.
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Couldn't be better. Just loving life.
I love this room. What is this room that you're in? The parallel walls are like.
This is the master closet in my bedroom. I just finished converting it to my music room. I had a place upstairs, but my kids and wife, we were all fighting for it. So I took out the shelves and put in floors and painted it, and it's not quite done. I don't have my guitars hanging up yet, but it has a locked door. Keep my kids out. It's beautiful.
I love the fact that wall is completely empty, and the way you didn't just kind of go, hang my guitars. It was this whole gesture along the whole thing. So
yes,
that's awesome. So where are you based?
I live in Vancouver, Washington. It's right outside of Portland, just across the river.
Oh, that's so funny. So all right. So what was your first Vai Academy? Have you been? And you'll have to excuse me. Have you been to more than one?
Yeah, I've been to the last two. And I've been to a couple of Satriani camps. Satriani camp was the first one I went to as a Dreamcatcher event.
So comparing the camps, it's kind of the same group of folks in many ways. Do they seem like a continuation of a thought, or do they seem like they're kind of each their own little vibe, even though they kind of have their topics?
Yeah, that's a good question. It definitely feels like a family. You know, you're getting together with all your bros. You know, I always tell my wife, this is like the only group of people that I can really talk to as my normal self. You know, most people I start talking about Steve Vai and, you know, Shrapnel Records, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And it's like, all right, forget it, you know. But here it's like home. And I'd say there's definitely a vibe and a cadence to all the events. As I think Roman said, the nighttime jams are absolutely the best. You know, that's my favorite part, and that's saying something because the rest of the day is unbelievable.
So I mean, here's the crazy thing: is like Steve plays with every camper. I mean, did that not just completely blow your mind? You're like, really?
I heard that was going to happen, and I couldn't believe it. I had been to one of the Sacramento camps earlier that Paul Gilbert was at. We all got a chance to play with him, and it was real quick. You know, it was a couple bars, and you kind of cycle through. So that's kind of what I was expecting. And then you start seeing him up there for 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes. Just kind of depends on what caught his fancy, and he does that every night until everybody gets a chance. I mean, it just speaks volumes to what kind of guy he is.
What kind of Vi he is? That's right. So,
yeah,
but I mean, the amazing thing is he teaches basically he's doing 2 or 3 master classes, then he does a concert, and then he plays like until like 1 or 2 in the morning. It's actually probably midnight. So, what if you could say a favorite thing about the camps? What is yours?
The jam in Stig Matheson's room at night. That was just happened to be outside my room at the very first camp I went to, and that's where I met Roman and Richard and a lot of these guys, and we just all hit it off. And every time I go back, it's like what I look forward to. The style of music that's played in that room is really pleasing to me, and that's my absolute favorite part.
I love it. All right, so Chris, we will be checking back with you in a little bit. Let's I think we're going to head on over and say hello to Jim Giannini. Did I say that right?
Hey, yes, you did.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you, Jim.
I'm doing great.
So, where are you based?
I'm in Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia, or Salem, I guess, right now.
I love it. And so the funny thing is I saw that poster on the wall as you were playing away. So where did you is that a concert poster? What's the story of the poster?
Well, interesting enough. So the first Vi Academy, which was his third, and I got on stage with him and played, for 3 minutes. I have to say I wasn't nervous, but then I ended up getting off stage and I was literally shaking in my boots. Oh. So I went back to his to Mickey, who does his merchandise, and talked to her, and I pretty much bought everything on the table. But I didn't buy that poster. And she said, "Well, you got to have the poster too." So she just gave me the poster after spending probably a few $100s at the merchandise table.
that is lovely. So again, I love asking this question. Going into the first, because you've been to multiple camps, correct?
Yes.
Going into the first camp, how markedly different were your expectations versus the reality of what the camp was like? I mean, can you compare and contrast the two?
Well, the first camp was like starstruck.
I love it.
The second camp, I started getting more interested in meeting all these people because all these people became friends. And, in fact, I'm right now I'm missing everybody. So, I mean, obviously Steve and all the people there, you of course, and, being with everybody, but just being with all these people that are like friends. I'm really missing it, I have to say.
Well, it was nice to see you wailing away, and the poster was like it was, and I just kind of saw it on the wall. I'm like, how cool is that? So I love the story behind it, Jim. And by the way, what do you do kind of during the day? What's your thing?
I am a software developer. I work with lasers and other stuff, but write software.
And does that mean you're kind of DOD, or can you? Did I? If you tell me, you're gonna have to like hit me with a laser or something.
No, we're good.
But there is a lot of DOD and military stuff in Virginia, though, correct?
There is, but yeah, it's not. Well, actually, we do work with the Air Force, but no.
But if you told me, you'd have to. Yeah, all right.
I'd have to kill you.
There you go. Well, there it is. It's out. Jim, what a pleasure. Nice to see you. To be continued.
Yes.
All right. There we go. Lamone. Now, is that your first name or your last name? You fill me in here. First of all, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Now, are you in Italy? Where are you?
I am in Mexico.
Great. I've totally failed twice. All right. Hey, bienvenidos, amigo. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, gracias.
¿Qué hora es?
It's 8 p.m.
Okay, so you're an hour ahead of us. Great. So where are you? Where are you based in Mexico? My bad.
In the city of Jalapa, in the
Awesome.
state of Veracruz.
Awesome. So, good to see you. So, what are you doing besides obviously the crying machine? How have you been expressing yourself musically during this coronavirus? What have you been doing?
Well, it's been kind of hard because all the venues I used to play are closed now. So I am doing some playthrough videos and some live transmissions. I don't know, like a Facebook Live, something like that. Pretty much that. And I am working in my new CD album. I hope to be ready in a couple of months. So I'm trying to keep busy, you know.
What is your website?
Is Lumovi. I don't know. Lumovi Guitar. That's Facebook. Yes.
Okay, good. And is Lumovi a nickname?
Yes. My name is Luis. So that's Lu. Moreno. That's the M-O. And Vidal. That's the.
And so where'd the nickname come from?
It was just an idea, you know. I like it, so I take it.
So, in Latin America,
yes,
there's a huge you've got in Brazil there are a lot of really well-known players from Mexico, and in the Latin culture there's a bunch of heavy bands and bands that don't always break. Unlike maybe Sepultura, they kind of managed to go worldwide. What is it like being an artist and a guitar player in Latin America? The United States is so close, especially being in Mexico, but yet there is kind of a barrier. What's that like for you as an artist, and how do you kind of negotiate that? And do you do your videos in Spanish, English, or both?
Both English and Spanish. Yes.
Awesome. And so, what's it like, kind of, trying to break through in the States, being in Mexico?
I didn't understand the question.
So, as an artist, wanting to be known in the States but living in Mexico, is that hard? Is that easy? What's it like for you?
Well, it's not easy. Absolutely not easy. But I am doing my best. But with social media is making things more doable for me. Yes.
Awesome.
I can share everything every time.
So, what is your favorite memory from Avai Academy?
I'm sorry, my favorite
memory.
Oh, memory. Okay. I think obviously playing the jam with Steve Day it was the best for me. A lot of nervous.
So how did you, so here's the thing. It's like, it's one of the conversations I've had so many times with people is how do you not get nervous when you're going to walk up with Steve Vai? So how did you not kind of lose your mind, just kind of going, oh no, it's Steve Vai? Or were you like, I got this? What was that like for you? Because everybody gets nervous playing with somebody like that, because you know they're going to hear every note you play, but at the same time, what was how did you go into that, going, I'm going to have fun doing this as opposed to being nervous doing it?
Well, as everybody knows, Steve is like a really nice person in that aspect. So he helps a lot because he's really how do you say, tranquilo, like
Mellow, cool, chilled.
cool. So he helps a lot with that. He's really practical. I'm not sure about the word.
That's
Sorry.
awesome. And so, when's your next release going to come out? Next album?
Sorry?
When is your next release? When's the next thing you're going to put out?
Okay. In this time, I'm getting troubles because I haven't been able to register the new songs because everything is closed.
Mm.
So I hope in a couple of weeks it's gonna be open. So that's when I'm gonna release my first new single in a couple of weeks. Yes.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to hearing it, Luis.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure to see you. Bienvenidos. And we will talk more very soon. Awesome. Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
With pleasure.
Yes.
All right. Let's see here. Chris. Come on down, Chris Barkley. How you doing, man?
Zach, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you. So,
Hey, guys.
where are you? Where are you coming to us from?
I'm coming from Auckland, New Zealand, so I'm even further away than Doug Doppler is.
That's awesome.
Sorry, there's so many Dougs and so many Chris's here.
It happens. I love your space there. So, so tell us, what's it been like? You know, New Zealand is, first of all, it's a beautiful country. I've been to Auckland and I've spent some time traveling around. The music scene there is markedly different than that of the States. So we were just obviously talking with Luis about kind of being an artist and a player in Mexico. You know, New Zealand is not a ginormous, it's not a huge country. So how do you kind of how do you do the thing that you do in a smaller country wanting to break out and kind of make your mark?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I'm still figuring it out. A lot of the Kiwis end up going to Australia. That's kind of the next step. And then maybe they step up from Australia to the States. And I'd say that'd be the progression that happens with most artists. But it's tricky. It's tricky. Thank God for social media and the internet.
That's awesome. So I see that you've got a Charvel there hanging out with a Floyd. Tell me about your Charvel. Come on.
This is a DK Pro Mod 24. It's a bit of fun. It's pretty cool. Pretty fun.
That is a lovely guitar there. So what is it like buying instruments in New Zealand? Do you wait till you come over to the States and buy them when you're here, or is it a little bit of both?
A little bit of both, actually. We tend to have things a little bit more expensive, especially from America, Fender and Gibson. They're quite expensive in New Zealand. I've bought a few from New Zealand and a few from overseas on eBay and thing.
That's awesome. So coming to the Vi Academy, that's one heck of a long plane flight. How do you show up? You've got to be jet lagged pretty much the entire time, or is it just caffeine and adrenaline?
Caffeine and adrenaline. I am absolutely smashed after those Vi Academies. You had 2 hours, 3 hours of sleep. The first one I went to was in New York. That was back in 2014, and you go via. I went by Hawaii, went to New York. It was like 20 hours in plane. Got to New York City, then went to Saratoga Springs, but you run on adrenaline, and you just it's a mind blow. And you come back home, and you just crash.
I wouldn't know anything about that. So, what are your favorite experiences from the camps?
Well, it's meeting all the guys and hanging out and different nationalities and talking to people who, from different parts of the world. I've got a real love of Americans and Canadians. I know I haven't been to Canada. Canadians are so funny. They can drink, I've noticed. And just seeing people, and, I've made some really good friends with Americans, and I love that part of the world. America is amazing to me because it's like, look, talking to you guys now and listening to you guys, it's like several countries within one country. And I've been to a few parts of America, and it's just makes me want to get back over there. And most of the people at the Vi Academy are American, and it's just cool hearing the different accents. And yeah, I love it.
I love it. All right, we're gonna jump back in, and we'll get caught up in a little bit. By the way, when's your next? Are you working on something you're going to be putting out? What are you up to?
I've just released a song, Synchronicity, a week ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, and I've got a few projects I'm trying to release. So I tend to do things in singles, release as a single, and I have things concurrently going at the same time. So it's basically trying to get stuff finished and out as soon as I can. It's just get it done, and pretty excited about some stuff coming.
Phenomenal. We will catch you in just a moment. All right. Roman, my friend, I know that shot there. How are you doing, my man?
Doing well, thanks. You?
So I'm doing great. So the funny thing is that I don't want to talk to you about the Vi Academy. I want to talk to you. You were like the shredder. What place did you come in at the shred competition at the Tom Morello camp?
Top 3.
That's pretty righteous, dude.
Along with Doug.
The other Doug,
that was fun. That was like, we didn't know who was going to be in the top 3.
Yep.
Until our names got announced, and they said, come up and play unaccompanied while all the judges sat there American Idol style. So like Vernon Reid, Nuno, Morello, John Five, all just sitting there like, I was like, Jesus. So that was really fun though, because, I really get a chance to be put on the spot like that. And so I enjoyed it a lot.
That's awesome. It looks like your guitar collection has grown.
That's the only thing, they never get smaller, right? So, I mean, the whole house looks like this. The whole living room, the hallways, it's just covered with guitars.
Okay, in a little bit, we're going to get into the whole content creation thing, and we're just going to kind of do a round robin. And I anticipate this thing's going to be completely mayhem. And I wanted to give everybody a chance to say hi and check in and kind of talk about it. But like, you've got some sort of podcasting rig going on there that wasn't the case when you and I last kind of did some video hang. What is this that you've got going on here? What are you up to? Or does this have to do with your robot business and kind of working from home?
No, this is just to like talk with friends. It's not podcasting at all. So this is a mic that I used jamming with friends because I wanted a mic that looked like James Hetfield's because I love James Hetfield, and we're not jamming right now. And so I figured I'd just repurpose it for this. And so I have it going into my UA, and then it also allows me to have the guitar go right into the UA as well. And so we're still trying to figure out ways to jam online and that kind of thing. And then that's all it really is. And so it's angled this way so that you can like see the guitar, or otherwise if it's vertical, it kind of gets in the way and stuff. So I don't know, I'm still trying to figure out a way to do it, but that's all.
And that's kind of the Shure kind of high school auditorium mic in black.
No, it's Shure Super 55.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah, I didn't know what the model number was.
So, again, I've asked this a couple of times. What's it like stepping up next to Steve Vai? Seeing somebody that you've seen in concert so many times, and then just kind of walking up is like, hey, now I'm going to trade solos with you. Surreal.
Well, the first time I was really thrown off because you know how he usually stops between when people come up and he's like, okay, we're going to do this. This is the key, yada, yada.
Right.
Well, he was all stoked on the guy that was just on stage. So they just kept that going. I don't know what the hell they were doing. And, that vinyl life inlay, you don't know. I couldn't figure out what the hell frets he was playing on. I didn't know what the hell key was. And I was just lost. And so that kind of added to the whole shebang. And so I was just like, all right, well, I'm just going to relax. And hopefully it's an A or E because chances are it is. And that worked out okay. And that helped get over a lot of the jitters. The second time I went and did it, it was pretty chill. I was the first person to go the second time I went, the first day. And so they were still dialing in the amp tones and all that kind of stuff, which actually was kind of fun because it was sort of dynamic in a way. And then the third time I did it, it was I was very comfortable at that point, and I was like, let's do a metal riff. And so we just ended up doing like this tremolo pick metal thing where we just kind of went nuts over it. So it's been this neat progression jamming with him for the 3 times that I've done it. And it's like, you know, when you see him there in person, you're like, he's a dude, you know, it's like every other dude, just a really cool guy who's exceptionally talented. And so it's more inspiring for me than it was intimidating or scary.
I love it. All right, Broman, we're going to catch up with you in a minute. We're going to unleash this thing and we're going to go nuts. Great to see you, my friend.
You too, Doug.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, let's see. Here we go. Let's get over to the young gun in the house. Trenton, I owe you an email. I know that room. I know that chair. What's going on, dude? How are you?
Oh, you, Doug? I'm doing pretty good.
Awesome. I loved watching you shred away. And, you know, the funny thing is that guitar is kind of hard not to notice.
Yeah, it's the one that I used on the video, and it's my custom Anaric that I've had for, I think, 3 years now that I got the first time I went to NAMM.
So there's a video of you jamming with Steve. How many bazillion views does that have now on your YouTube channel?
I honestly don't know. I'm pretty sure it had something close to like 25,000, I think.
That's awesome. So when last you and I were talking, you were getting ready to head in the studio. What are you up to?
So right now I'm just working on my EP. I've been trying to get it done for the last couple of years, and I really haven't been able to find a engineer that I really like. But now that I kind of have, and I have somebody that I've been working with, it should be done very soon.
That's awesome. And do you have an anticipated, I realize these things get blown out, hence the comment, oh, I've been working on it for a couple of years, an anticipated release date?
Hopefully near the end of this year is what I'm hoping it'll be done.
Well, that's great. And by the way, I tagged just about everybody in the post that I put up. So I encourage everybody to kind of check each other's, I think we're all mostly friends, but check out each other's Facebook links. And if you're happen to be tuning in from YouTube, go over to Facebook perhaps or something. So where did you get that guitar? I mean, was it in a store and you kind of walked in, or did you have it custom made? Because like it is an attention grabber, I would say.
No, absolutely not. So the way that I had this guitar done is there's a couple custom things that I saw when I went to NAMM that I was really looking for in a guitar. I had mainly been playing my gems for the most part, and I really liked the really low cutaway because it was something that was very different that I didn't have on a lot of my other guitars. So when I saw this and it had a similar shape where I could really get down into like the lower frets that I could actually play really well on, it was a really good fit.
That's awesome. What is it like generally being, if not the youngest person in the camp, one of the youngest people? Do you even trip on that, or you're like, oh, this is really cool? Like, you know, I've got time to do my thing, or do you not even thinking about that at all?
For me personally, everyone that I met at the camp was very friendly, and nobody really had any egos. They were all very helpful, and I've made a lot of friends over the course of the 3. I've gone to 2 VI Academies. I went to the Joe Satriani camp, but the first time I went to the VI Academy camp, I was only 14, and a lot of people were really impressed with how well I was playing at that time. So I made a lot of friends then.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. Wait. Chris Stark to everyone. Be right back. Oh, I wasn't supposed to read that. Sorry. Just called Chris out. So Trenton, we're going to kind of jump around the room here. Is there a favorite VI Academy experience that jumps out before we do that?
Probably my favorite VI Academy experience was the first time I ever played with Steve Vai. I went on stage and I didn't really know like what the whole plan was and like how it worked. So I just played the first thing that came to mind, which was like the intro to Holy Wars by Megadeth, and we just jammed over that.
I love it. You shredder. Awesome. Look forward to hanging out in a bit. Don't go anywhere, and we will be hanging out with Omar. Omar, what's going on, man?
Let me unmute.
Look at you. Holy cow. Good to see you, my man. How are you?
Good to see you as well. I'm doing great. A bit tired. It's, what is it, 4:15 in the morning here in the Netherlands, but well worth it to see everybody's faces.
Duncan well.
Yeah.
So you've got a nice little collection there. You've got the autographed signed with the floral inlay, and then you've got the pedal. They don't make the I forget the name of the pedal over there, the Vi pedal. That's basically the DS1.
The Gemini.
Right.
Yeah.
So did you get that in the States on a trip, or did you get that there?
No, when I came to the Netherlands for the Alien Guitar Seekers Masterclass, that's when I had this one signed. I think it was this one here, and at the end I was able to buy the pedal, and he signed that one as well. So that was a major deal.
What year?
And it's awesome. It's
that's awesome.
Really...
What year is that guitar?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think this is one. It's one of the 7 series. I have 2. I have this one and the black with the white pyramids. And I think they're somewhere in the 90s. I would say 1990, 1991.
That's a pretty sweet little guitar there, dude.
Yeah. It's not getting out of the house much these days.
Especially these days. So tell me about what do you do musically there in the Netherlands?
Well, I played several bands. Many years ago, I was in a prog band, and we recorded our own music. But since then, it's mostly been cover bands, doing gigs and such. But nowadays, it's mostly fun projects. I did a very nice Pink Floyd project, Status Quo, and I'm now doing this Rage Against the Machine project. It's completely different, but it helps getting the aggression out of there.
I bet it does. So, is there a favorite Vi Academy experience for you that kind of you're like, oh, really touches the heart, touches the soul?
So I went last year, and it was my very first Vi Academy and Dreamcatcher camp. So for me, it was everything. You know what all these people have said. I was starstruck. I was completely amazed about, on the one hand, getting so close to people you admire that are so talented, and then seeing that they're just regular people, fun to have a beer with. That is great. Standing on stage with Fire was, an all-time high in my life. But what was unexpected and very pleasantly surprising was the jam room experience. I think it was already mentioned. In particular, Sticks room was so fun to hang out, to quickly trade licks. And last year, Pliny was one of the guest teachers, and he joined that room several times. And I had the opportunity to trade some licks with him for a longer jam, and I was completely blown away by his talent, but actually also by being able to play with him. That was so much fun.
I love that. So that's some where did you get the guitar? Because that you would have had
secondhand.
Did you
secondhand? I buy almost all my guitars secondhand, and I just got lucky. There was somebody who apparently thought it was nice to have, but no longer use it, and I thought this is the one I need to have. So I took it, and I've been very happy with it ever since. But I must say that for playing outside with bands, with groups, I usually take some of the, let's say, less important guitars with me.
That's great. And so I noticed that your Facebook page references the Pink Floyd band. Is that going to change over to the Rage Against the Machine thing? Is that how people can find out about kind of what you're doing with that?
I think we have a separate Facebook page at this stage, and for me these things are really projects. So we'll rehearse, we'll do a couple of shows. We actually did our first Facebook live stream in one of the venues close to my hometown during this whole situation, which was great. But after a couple of shows, I tend to stop the project and move on to something else. So what Chris and Tom organized here, and again, major kudos to those guys. This was right in my alley. Short time, work through it, record it, and then and have the result quickly out there. I loved it.
Love them and leave them. I love it.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out. And
Sure.
We're going to be kind of. And by the way, is that a Captor X that I'm spying there?
Yes, it is. And actually, I used it for the very first time for this particular. I was so happy it came in one day before, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh, that's awesome.
I can recommend it to everybody.
Awesome. Well, fantastic. Nice to catch up, and we will talk soon.
Yeah.
Luca.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you? Good to see you.
It's a big pleasure to hear from you, Doc.
So where are you coming from? You're
Italy.
That's what I. So unfortunately, Luis, I got it wrong. I saw his nickname and I thought Italy, 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 and I was like,
I have a Spanish nickname because I was used to play flamenco guitar just 15 years ago. So I just changed a little my name, that is Milazzo with double Z.
I love it. Well, I remember trying to tag you on Facebook, and I'm like, holy cow. So, you know what? First of all, how are you? Italy has obviously, Italy is known as one of the most romantic places in the world. The people are great, the food is great, but you guys have had kind of a rough time. How are you doing, and how is your family?
We are great here because I think we're lucky, but the situation is not so hard as newspapers sometimes tell about. So everything is great here. Just the economy is just a little cracked up, but we'll see.
I see a bass over there.
Yeah.
So tell me about all the different things you play.
I play different kind of guitars. I have this one with which I recorded a video is a Godin with MIDI output and piezo.
Lovely. And what are you working on right now musically?
Now I'm doing some show with covers, with rock covers, because I don't have my band anymore. But we're just starting and improving just a little bit.
I love it. And do you spend? Are there any places that kind of like have jam sessions or anything kind of like what happens at the camp there near you at all? Not now, obviously, but I mean, once people are roaming about. So, in the States, they'll have like a club where they have a jam night. I remember I was in France, and in Paris, they had a place where people would come up and jam. Is there something like that near you?
Yeah, there's some place here where you can just rock covers and something like that.
Nice.
Not so jazzy here, but more rock, more hard rock and metal, something like that.
That's awesome. So, what is your favorite Vi Academy memory?
I've been only to the number 4, the one in January 2018, the one in Palm Springs. So that is my best one. Of course, I was very unlucky to not participate to the 5th one with Satriani and Devin Townsend, but we'll see next camp.
There will be more. So what is it like being an Italian, seeing these guys, Satriani, Petrucci, Vi, the cream of the crop of the American guitar guys? They're Italian. You must have a certain bond with that, yeah?
I am very proud of that, of course.
Have you heard of Corrado Rusticci?
Yeah, is a very famous producer who is working in LA, I think. He works with a lot of Italian singers as well, like Zucchero Fornaciari and Whitney Houston and lots of people. And he's a super guitarist.
So Corrado used to live in the Bay Area here, and when I was studying with Joe, I used to I was Corrado's guitar tech when he would play shows. So he was playing in the studio with Nard at the time, and yeah, what a great player, and lovely guy. Awesome. Well, we will be catching up with you shortly. Thank you so much for joining us in lovely Italy.
I think I would leave in maybe 10 minutes. So it's been a pleasure, Doug, and it's been a big pleasure to participate to all this.
Bene, grazie, mille grazie.
Bravo.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Tim, what's going on? How are you, my man?
Yes, of course, you would talk to me as I'm eating, mouthful. That makes sense. Great timing.
How you doing? I do my best. Great to see you. Now, where are you based?
I'm in El Cerrito, home of Metallica and CCR, man. That's where I am.
So wait a second, you're that close to?
Yes, that's why I'm emailing you about where to take my amps and stuff, because I'm in your area.
That's totally. The funny thing is that I get messages on Facebook. Like, my Facebook's a little crazy right now, and I don't always. The name and the face don't always connect. But we hung out in New York a bunch. All right, so dude, is everything good on the amp front now?
It's fine for now, until restrictions lift off, and then I can go take it somewhere.
Okay, so
it's
so
workable.
the kind of the cool thing about the San Francisco Bay Area is there are two guys. The amp guy whose name I won't mention because he likes to fly a little bit under the radar, but he works on Joe's amps and Neil's amps and Kirk's amps, and the Bay Area's got a thing, like we represent here. But the other thing is there's Gary Brower, of course, who works on everybody's guitars. So Tim, Gary works on your guitars, right?
I'm sorry?
Gary works on your guitars, right?
No. I've never. No, I know who he is, but I don't. Haven't taken any guitars anyway.
Okay. Well, if your guitars need any fixing, you know where to go. So, how did you first hear about Vi Academy, and how did you kind of go? Just kind of, I've got to do this. I mean, it's not like it's not like it's grossly expensive, but it's an investment to go. So, kind of, what was the tipping point?
The tipping point was an easy one. When I live in the East Bay, and the one in 2017, I think, was that Monterey Bay Area. That's a couple hours away, and I start to realize that people fly all over the world to do this, and I'm like, are you kidding me? I packed on Monday lunchtime to be there. I'm like, hey, just throw some stuff in the car and let me just drive down and see what's all about, So that was it. It's lazy, really.
That's okay. So did you? Are you saying you literally decided on the Monday I'm going and you went, or was?
No. I mean, that's how little effort that I realized I had to put into this, right?
Got it.
No, I had paid for it before. I think for me, I had stopped playing guitar for a long time, years. And when I saw this opportunity was that nearby, I thought, what a way to just kind of get back into playing, just seeing what's around, and just being, other folks have mentioned it, just being that camaraderie of folks. I went expecting, like Tom did, the guitar players doing this kind of business, and it wasn't that at all. People of all abilities, and just a welcoming spirit. That really was quite motivational for me.
And what's it like to play with Mr. Vi, to kind of walk up on? How many years did you listen to Steve before you actually walked up and went, all right, Steve, it's time for my solo?
Since the 80s. I mean, Carvin amp guitar ad for those things way back then, So it was nerve-wracking. It really is, to be up there, to be with him. I think that was the camp that he mentioned about, listen, forget that I'm Steve Vai. Just come up here, play. And that helped somewhat tremendously, just to kind of be up there and just play with them and just relax and have a good time. That was the important part. Try to have a good time.
I love it. So I'm gonna definitely date myself, and I'm gonna presume that you never actually went to Ruthie's, but I will ask, did you ever go to Ruthie's Inn?
Well, I didn't grow up in this area, so I'm a transplant, like everybody else. Just come on, but I'm of the age. If I were here, I would have been there.
Okay, awesome. So, first of all, I think just about everybody on this thread will know about Ruthie's Inn, because that's where the whole thrash scene, whether it was Metallica, Exodus, which of course is where Kurt came from. So that was the club, besides the Fab Mab, the fabulous Mabuhay Gardens, that everybody hung out at back in the day. So are you recording, playing? What's going on musically with you?
Just at home recording. That, like I said, that one camp was the one camp that just kind of got me rolling again into just practicing and songwriting. That's what I'm interested in, just kind of creating songs. Some of us, part of this, have a little network going on. We trade, give ideas. What do you guys think? But it's just that, just keeping that kind of skill alive. You know, it's a talent for whatever level that talent is. That I should just do something with it and not just leave it be and be regretful one day that I didn't do anything with it.
I love that. I love it. I love it. I love it. I think I have introduced everybody. So now what I'm going to get a chance to do, and this is going to be, first of all, thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
So I am going to hand things over without, hopefully, and bon appetit, by the way. So let's see here. All right, so I'm going to jump over to gallery view here. There we go. And I'm going to turn my camera off for a second because hopefully I can restart this thing. All right, well, you guys can hear me. Chris and Tom, go ahead and unmute.
Yes, sir.
So I want you guys to hold court here a little bit. Everybody's been, first of all, it's been really nice to kind of, say hello to everybody. But I'm sure you guys have a bunch of thoughts between the two of you, about the experience, about, kind of the vision. Hold court, guys.
Okay. First, well, let me go first, Tom, because I want to express something that, perhaps not everybody else got to experience. As the one who did the video editing, I got the distinct pleasure of seeing, virtually 20 people holding the instruments that they love, the passion, the happiness, in that element that they belong. And I got to see everybody staring back at me from my screen as I was editing everything together. And I got to tell you, that was the biggest morale boost that I can, remember having. It was so cool to see everybody in their element and doing what they love and all working together towards this one thing. So, seeing everybody in gallery view like this, it brings it all back, and it actually kind of...
Super awesome. Yeah, super awesome. I double up with Chris on that one, is that, it just, the whole thing really just came out of gratitude. And I know every single person that contributed, I'm sorry. The Facebook lag is a little disturbing. Suddenly, oh wait a minute, is Crystal talking? Oh shit. Anyway, no, I just wanted to, from the bottom of my heart, thank every single one and each and every one of you. That includes everyone twice, I guess. But I just wanted to thank everybody so much for all your contributions to do it. It was Chris took an idea and ran away, just because that's what we do. Chris and I have been blessed friends from these Vi camps, and I consider all you guys good friends because at one point or another we jammed over at Stig's room, or you guys might have seen me make a goof of myself somewhere with Steve, or grabbing his whammy bar, or doing something completely, doing something a little different. And I just I was so touched by the amount of people that really actually, I mean, we all have so much going on, and it just came from the Under It All sessions. That Under It All, he was talking about meditation and talking about appreciation. I was like, man, my life has been changed in the most positive possible way from the very first Vi camp. My roommate, right over there, Mr. Barclay, Chris Barclay, was my first Vi Academy roommate. And I was terrified, guys. I did not want to leave my room. He can testify that because he didn't see me anywhere else but my room. And he was never in the room because he was out all the time. New Zealander and Australians, you guys just don't. You guys are you're on 24/7. I love you. But it was absolutely Doug. I mean, when we go out with Doug, it's like, what time things close? 4 o'clock. Why so early? Why so 4 a.m.? Why so early? Doug asked me. It's just been a life-changing event, and I had so much appreciation, and I was like, you know what, I even if I was just gonna do it, that's actually technically when I put the idea up, I just started working on a couple of different ideas, and I was gonna do sisters, or I was gonna do one of the ones that were just maybe not made as Steve does his esoteric stuff, something that means something to you. But then Chris really just, Chris and I talk God a lot, which is a good thing. And one of the nicest things that happened, Chris, moment. I was working on all these different ideas I have in my head, and I sent Chris my book, and Chris actually took the time and helped me edit. I mean, it's one thing to have friends. It's another one who just, from the goodness of his heart, he just goes, "Oh yeah," well, and man, it would have been more embarrassing to have some of the mistakes I had in there of Chris caught. So most of the reason why we both do these things is we're coming from a place of appreciation and gratitude, and that's really that you guys all share that, and without hogging the mic anymore, let's get to gear talk. Let's get to some of the other stuff. Chris and I were talking about what we're going to do next. And one of the things that we started drafting up, well, Chris started drafting up, and we're both going to be working back and forth on the next one, which may be the Satriani and maybe the Petrucci, because one thing that became very apparent was that this cannot be all on Chris's shoulders next time. He was amazing. He did. Everybody, let's clap for Chris, because he made this what it is. I mean, he went.
Woo!
He took an idea and ran with it, and it was just such a pleasurable thing to see, because he was coming from a place again from appreciation and gratitude, that he just, oh yeah, I'll do this, and he's not, the man had no internet. And I was there. I was like, all right, he's gonna, I was on standby. I was reaching out to you guys. I was like, all right, at some point, MacBook's gonna melt from all that video, the downloads or whatever. At some point, I was ready. But that was the best part. And working on Chris's Electric Sky record, one thing I'd really like to get out of this tonight from everyone is that we all have each other's contact info, and that we all subscribe to our YouTube channels, and we're all friends of our bands or whatever it is. We all have tons of things we do. I have 3. I have, everybody's got different things going on, so make sure that everybody reached out. And what is even cooler is huge thanks from the bottom of my heart to Doug Doppler, who reached out and goes, Steve Vai's going to love this. Well, you know what? It was one of those things that I don't even think in a million years that we thought that Steve would even see it, because he was releasing a song that day, which everyone knows and now hates everything about the way we play, because now we have to change everything again. Anybody throw his finger out of the joint from that Candle song? Yeah, Chris did. Of course, I knew you would. I knew, and Doug already does it. Doug, do you have a guitar that has no tail? I figured you for a whammy guy from way back, but you probably have a solid back to one of those guitars. Anyway, so Chris and I want to make a good announcement tonight about doing the next one, but we're not going to do that right here tonight. We're going to hammer out this document, lessons learned, because everyone just brought their A game. Everybody was awesome, and no one was like, sorry man, that's not going to cut it. I mean, which is a terror, to be honest, when you're trying to do something of a project like this, that you're afraid that you're going to get somebody I can contribute, and they play like a distorted ukulele and go, what key is this? And it's not going to I love I get Doug laughing. But it was one of those, it was a terror, and we didn't know what to expect. So the fact that we got these 20 amazing musicians and Doug to give us this platform to bring us all together again, Doug, you are the man. I don't know if you can hear me. I think he's left it over to us, but like I said, I want everybody to make sure when he does come back in, let's all clap for Doug when we see him back in the gallery there. So Chris, anything else we should mention about the document, or just do you want to go through it a little bit, or?
Well, I'll give a quick overview. I mean, there were lessons learned about what the participants can do to make whoever ends up doing the audio and video editing that make their life a little bit easier. But that said, like Tom was saying, everybody brought their A game. I was worried because up until yesterday, my internet was so dreadfully slow that it took about 8 hours for me to download everybody's content and put it all together. I didn't get to preview any of it until it was already on my computer, and because of the putting it nicely, aggressive deadline that we set on this.
That That damn June 6th came up awful fast.
Right. There was literally no time for people to do redos. So if somebody submitted something that was not up to snuff, you know, it would have been soul crushing to have to turn somebody away. Because, you know, my own contribution, I was doing it at the 11th hour because I was involved in so many other things at the same time. So I know how much effort and how painfully difficult that song ended up being. I mean, I've never bent so many strings in my life. It's like, oh God, this hurts.
And I do apologize to everybody that we picked Crying Game because, you know, we could have picked a whole bunch of other ones that might not have been that bad. Honestly, when Chris and I were talking about what song, just my experience from going to all the camps, that's the one song that has the most number of people who play it at the camp. I mean, it's not that it's the easiest one. It's just that that's the one that has the most number of people. Oh, I see.
Okay, hang on a second. We have a special guest here. Hang on a second.
Billy.
Guys.
Awesome. Oh, so man, now I'm gonna tear up because I feel like I'm back at camp.
You have to make an announcement, Billy.
Yeah, Billy, what's the announcement?
I don't have one yet. I usually prepare these weeks in advance, my announcements. I don't just do them off the cuff, though it may sound like that. They're scripted, and you know, we test them, we focus group them all, and then I use the good ones.
So, you know, with Billy here, I think I speak for everybody on this screen. Thank you to Dreamcatcher Events, because without that, we wouldn't be friends. We'd never have crossed paths. I mean, we've got so many time zones in just this group of squares alone. I mean, unreal. I mean, you've united the world in guitar. So, I mean,
and by the way, like I said, Doug's there. Ready? Everybody, big claps to Doug for having us all together here on the Zoom, because this is what the camp was all about, and this was really just an unbelievable experience again. It really makes me miss everybody terribly. It's awesome, and we can't wait to do more because that's how we can all stay connected. Billy, take it away. Give me an announcement.
Well, it's nice to see you, son. You guys, it's been years, and some people I've seen sooner than later. This is nice, though. I am in the middle. You know, I'm starting a live stream jazz series at my studio tomorrow night, and that's what this is my studio. This is my control room. You can kind of get a vibe for that. And then out there is the live room I'm setting up, and I've got an ISO booth over here. But you know, it's as Doug can attest, when you're engineering, you know, a trio playing, running through Pro Tools and recording, and then live streaming it and monitoring all that. And I've got a 7-camera setup or 8-camera setup here to switch. So, you know, it's a lot. It's a blast, but it's like, you know, I just wanted to play congas and vibes.
And real quick, what are you using, Doug? What are you using, Billy? Are you using the stream? What are you using?
I use a program called ManyCam. And it's way more affordable. The next, you know, I think I bought it like the lifetime Supreme package, like 140 or something. And the next step up for switching stock was like $300 a month. It's crazy. So you got to really massage and be nice to this. And the documentation is terrible. You can tell it's a bunch of guys that are trying to do something really cool, but they don't have like the big money behind them like some of these other companies have. But, you know, I've been finding, I mean, I almost want to write up and call them up and say, look, let me write your manual for you, because I found all this stuff that you don't talk about on your website. So I feel like a beta tester, but yeah, I got to figure it out. And I think it's going to be pretty cool. So I can switch between cameras and all that sort of stuff. So.
And by the way, beautiful playing on Federico's album. Everybody from
cool
the
album.
Camps, I hope everybody realized that Larry Mitchell produced one of the Dreamcatcher mainstays. He's just a tremendous. My mind was blown the first time I heard his track, because I never saw him play guitar at all the Camps. I had never seen him play guitar.
Well, it's funny. I went and visited Federico in Costa Rica, you know, and I knew he was a big deal in Costa Rica. But you know, we get there, and the first night on the way back from the airport, we stop at the Hard Rock, and his band's called Gandhi. They've been together for like 25 years, since they were like high school. It's the only Costa Rican band that has a display at the Hard Rock in Costa Rica.
Jesus.
And then we're walking downtown, right? And we're walking, this homeless guy's got his head down. He looks up, asks for some money. He stops, goes, and he grabs Federico's hand and starts shaking his hand. He's like, oh, I love your playing. And I'm just going on and on and on. And then we're walking out of a club later that night, and Federer is in front of me by 8 feet, and this couple walks between us, and the guy whips around. He's like, looks at me, and he goes, "Guitarista Dave Gandhi," and I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh," and just get this whole thing. He's freaking out, taking selfies with Federico. It's kind of crazy. And he played me some videos where he did a whole solo to track performance when they opened their new Olympic stadium in Costa Rica. He's like as big as they get in that country, and and then he comes and he schleps gear and sets up stuff for us. It's crazy.
You wouldn't even know it. He's such a sweetheart. Oh
and
my
he's such an amazing player. So and the compositions are cool, and Larry did a great job. It was a
beautiful,
great album.
To make sure everybody, I don't know if everybody's seen it, but make sure to pick it up. It's on iTunes, and just give it a little Dreamcatcher love, because that's the one other thing that's been life changing for me. Has been the support from everybody that I've met at these camps. I mean, where else am I going to meet my Australian and New Zealand brothers and Luca from in Italy, and me and Billy went out with Luca one night. I remember that in Palm Springs, and he was here earlier.
Oh, that's to our dive bar down the street.
Yes, yeah, with the Scottish bar thing or something.
Was that the night we had the
I don't know if we talk about that right now.
Yeah. Oh, they changed it though. They don't make it. They make it with CBD and not the THC anymore.
Oh well, we didn't know that, so we learned.
No,
we were the test audience. Well, you mentioned test audience, so we were the test audience for that.
Yeah.
So
cool.
Real quick, Billy. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask Doug one real quick question. Doug Doppler, how long are we going to be able to celebrate like this? We're hoarding up your time as well as everyone, and I just wanted to make sure to get my 2 cents in to thank from the bottom of my heart every single person here.
Well, usually these have a tendency to run, and I've switched cameras here because my other camera is on CBD or something. But traditionally these run 2 to 3 hours, because here's the thing. I want everybody to go, this is my setup. I want to know what people are using. I want to know what your audio interface is. I want to know what your DAW is. If you're using some sort of, you're a universal audio plug-in person or you're a Waves person, I want to geek out. I want to talk gear, and so before it kind of gets mayhem. But I rather than just kind of soloing people, I like it. Once you're done holding court, which when I hand the reins over, I'm handing the reins over. I mean, I'd like, what it's like when somebody invites you into their house and go, come on, the pool's yours. So, but I would love to hear what people are using, and I would love to know. One of my big, the reason that tonight is so honestly special to me is, it's everything that everybody has said is that there is a community of people. I've spent a lot of time in the past year studying YouTube, preparing to kind of get back in very seriously about YouTube. But the thing that I love about this particular endeavor, and it streams on Facebook and it streams on YouTube, but the Facebook side of it is that it's not just a matter of building an audience or having followers, but building a community of people that share the passion of the guitar, share the passion of content creating, and share the passion of the gear around playing guitar and creating content. Because that, for me, and then we get, different people. I had this great call today with Maddie, where we've got this show coming up on the techs of the techs. It's going to be off the chain, like crazy. I took notes like you wouldn't believe. But the thing is, it's bringing people together in a world where there's not a lot of bringing people together in the way that we really just get a chance to hang out here together. And I love that. We're not talking about politics. We're not talking about what separates us. We're talking about what brings us together. And, and I just love that. I love the heart behind the way the love of music brings so many people from so many different backgrounds together, that we just are so enamored with this thing that we're enamored with together, that we get a chance to be enamored with each other. And it's for all the smack people talk about Facebook, these relationships are Facebook relationships. It's something that's very special. And, there are seasons that, if you think about all the bands that you may or may not have been in over the years, where there was a hang, this particular season has been a special one. So I just want to thank actually all of you as well, because this is, we all leave busy lives. We all work more hours than we probably should, except for Chris, who's in Hawaii.
No, he does not ever stop. That
Yeah.
was proven by getting that video done in 2 days. I'm sorry, I wouldn't think for a moment. I was very worried because I knew his internet was terrible, and I was like, man, I just feel like I was doing nothing. So I tried to make sure everybody knew, so I could field off questions for him. But he did awesome. I think Chris shows us the studio first. What do you say, guys?
I think that's great. Chris, come on.
I got to run, guys. I got a lot of setting up
Billy.
to do, but I'll come back later if I get this taken care of. But good to see everybody. That was fun.
Billy, thank you so much for coming.
Have fun in Doug's garage.
Woohoo!
Okay, so I guess I'm up. So I'll first start by just talking about the in the box stuff that I do, and then I'll pan the camera around so you can see what's in my studio. I actually have a pretty small studio space, but I'm very efficient with that space. I use Logic Audio, or Logic Pro as it's called now. I've been using Logic since version 2 on the Atari. So I'm really vested in Logic. I've been using it for probably 25, or not 25 years, but close to it. And it's my second home. I know Logic like the back of my hand. So I've seen it evolve from a program that had no audio capabilities, MIDI only, all the way up to the powerhouse that it is now. Love it, can't live without it. I'm using a fairly old Mac, iMac. It's almost time for its retirement and replacement. Same thing with my audio interface. I've got an old Focusrite Sapphire. It's just about time for it to be replaced because the manufacturer announced no more driver support for it. So I'm really kind of at the end of the rope for some of my technology. But, you know, I'm using what works for me at the moment. On the video side, I use Adobe Premiere only because I know how to use it. There's plenty of things out there that are available and capable of doing the same job, but I use what works for me. So let me give a quick pan around my studio and I'll explain all the things that you're seeing. So let's see. Try and do this without inducing too much nausea here. So you kind of see along the wall here, I've got my kind of Hall of Fame wall of blue guitars because I
Relation behind that, by the way. What is that printout of the stars? I meant to ask you exactly what location of the sky is it?
I have no idea. I work in an observatory, but I couldn't tell you. It was $14.99 on Amazon.
I would assume that since you had to think you had it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so and then on this side, I've got my basses up on the wall there. Trying to pan a little slower there. A couple other guitars, and then let's see without knocking my drink over.
You need some more guitars there, dude.
So I've got a lot more guitars than I have space. But let's see, I'll pull this out just a little bit so you can see the actual workstation space here. So I've got a dual monitor set up, just kind of a plain MIDI keyboard controller for doing my keyboard parts and composition type stuff. And then back over to the amp side, my main rig is actually the little one up on top. It's my Mark 525. And then right below it is my live rig, which is a dual rectifier Roadster. And it is supremely loud and the tone is incredible. And then down here, I've got, let's see, there we go. My pedal board, my other pedal board, and my little EVH. This little lunchbox is a 15-watt lunchbox amp, but it's loud enough for me to use at my jazz gigs. So yeah, I play in a couple of different bands. One is kind of a modern rock cover band, and well, I say I play with them, but right now nobody's playing anywhere. We will be playing and performing again soon. I also play with the jazz band, fantastic sax player by the name of Jeff Gaith. Resume looks like who's who of R&B acts throughout the 70s and 80s and 90s, and man, it has been the biggest learning experience of my life to play with the jazz band. But I think that's more or less my studio setup. I mean, I could give you a little bit more details about how I do the recording, but that's kind of getting fiddly. I'll do you all a favor and I'll pass the torch here.
I'll try to go quick, and my laptop is hooked up to. I'll try to reduce the nausea. Right behind me is my Studio Live 16. That's my interface to my laptop, and behind me, you can see in the back, there's a Legacy 3, and then the JP2C Mesa Boogie, which is just as I believe as Greg mentioned, it's a soul crusher. It's insane. It doesn't leave the house. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I will never leave this house without that amp ever. It'll stay there because it weighs 6.8 kilotons. I'm not even sure if that's a real amount. But then the other thing is, see the guitars, and you can't really see it, but underneath my feet are all my pedals. Try to make the most of it. But hold on, probably lost audio.
You're good. We can hear you.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can hear you. It's good.
Yeah, I'm moving around the. There is a gremlin that has been chasing me. Some of my friends have been noticing. I've been doing the live streams, and I've been trying to use. I've been trying to use Studio. Streamlabs OBS, and for my live streams. And if I ever find the guy who wrote that program, but no, seriously, they're awesome. It's not them, it's me. I know it's user error. I know it's completely my fault. I don't know anybody else who's been using different streaming software, so I am in the market to get. And Ricardo just told me 100,000 kilotons. Oh yeah, that's about the weight of a JP2C. Did you know? Ricardo is letting me know that it's 100,000 kilotons. So yeah, that's the weight of a JP2C. So that's my stuff, and I will send it over to whoever wants to go next. Whoever wants to go. All right, Doug wants to go. Doug DeJong.
I might just be really quick here. Can you hear me all right? So, because I'm actually not in my studio, so I'll just keep it really short and sharp. So I just needed to get a hand. So there we go. And that's what I use when I need a spare hand. But and here's my control person. No, but so I actually use Logic. I love Logic. I used to work for Apple, so it sort of makes sense. I just like it that the people who design the hardware design the software. So usually there's less tech issues. I use StreamYard for my live podcast show, similar to this live streaming. And Ecamm, I've just moved over to Ecamm Live to do my interactive teaching because I'm just struggling with dragging other content using another website and just getting extra visuals. But yeah, in my studio, I have lots of guitars. I guess being older, you can afford all the expensive stuff that you really want. And I've got way too many amps, and I probably should sell some. It's an addiction, but it's fun. But I just want to say, yeah, and also I use an RME for my main iMac. It's probably about 7 years old. I probably need to upgrade, but I've just moved over to Universal Audio at the Tom Morello camp. I got shown the little arrow, so I can do mobile recording. So I've got some projects lined up to do that. But you know, these days we're using tech that's way better than any of the classic records we've heard before. But I just want to say, yeah, I think we're in an exciting time right now because the artist, it's about the personality now. You know, it's not just about skill. Like you can be really, really skilled person, but with the internet now, but people want to know more. So obviously with Mr. Bai, his personality just ticks off the dial, right? He's amazing, inspirational. So I really think as the music business, this right now, like this is integral, not today, not tomorrow, not next week, next month, next year, but it's a really exciting space for the next 5 years as we all as artists develop our craft in the business. I'm sorry I don't have any toys to show you, but I just want to say thank you again for being part of it because the most awesome thing about this VI Academy experience is this niche. Like this collective is amazing. It's inspiring. You all do stuff that just blows my mind. And also to the side stream intellect that you have is inspiring as well, whatever each person's into. So I'm aware of that. And probably the last thing, I think I made notes, but who cares? I've already lost them. So anyway, just thank you.
Doug, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Real quick, I wanted to briefly put this up. I hope it's not gonna be backwards. Is it backwards? It's showing up backwards, isn't it? Mick Hayes from the first Camp released this over the week. It was recorded in Muscle Shoals.
Yes, it was.
And I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of it. And if you can support him, he dumped a fortune into making this record, and it sounds it. It's by far the best record I've heard in years. I mean, the horns.
Wow.
Production is just insane. And he sings. If anybody was here at the very first Camp, Chris, I remember we were talking about. He was in the bar. Mick was in the bar, and he was singing. And there's a great picture. Steve is sitting there listening, and he was just singing a cappella. And then he gets up, and he's asking Steve a question. He started singing something, and Steve was like, "What do you need me for?" It was an amazing experience. He's from Buffalo, New York. New York, man. New York represents. Mick Hayes, my claim to fame. Pick it up on all the platforms, please. Let's get all of our Dreamcatcher friends. Let's get them up. Everybody here knows Chris Stark's got his stuff. I got my stuff. Everybody's got stuff. So make sure to get that stuff out. That being said, back to the gear. Thank you. Sorry.
I'll go.
Forgot to.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we'll definitely check out that record. I'll go with some guitars first. I'm with Strandberg Guitars, and this is my number one. It's my bass. This is my baby. I love this thing so much. It's got the Nordstrand big rig pickups and the dark glass tone capsule in there. A trapezoid neck profile. Another main Strandberg, but this one I feel like you guys will know these, one of the UV 777s.
Nice.
Old school. Nice. And more Ibanez with, this one is a really special guitar. I got this from Tosin Abasi. And this is one of his one of the TA-100s. And he's got, it says, "That's what she said." You wrote that down there. For recording and stuff, I'm using an Apogee element to go into an iMac, and I'm using the Axifex 3. And for live, I recently picked up one of these fellas. They sent one over, and it's like this FM3 is a fractal floor unit. But pedals are like my main. I love pedals, and I geek out over all the just crazy sounds you can make. And here are some of them. And I don't know if any of you have heard of Chase Bliss Audio, the blooper. They just put out this looper. It's my favorite thing, and it's amazing what you can do with it. It's out of this world. And the rest is like Atom monitors, the Native Instruments machine, a lot of things that just mangle sound. And I like tools that explore interesting things you can do with guitar. So I was like, picked up this capo called a Cordonero. There's a Swedish inventor who makes it. And you can put in a tuning on each individual string and have it be different. I've been loving this thing quite a bit. Yeah, on to the next.
Who wants to go next?
Yeah, let me say a few words. So, talking about the song, I used this X, which is an Ibanez Prestige. I had it with me at the guitar camp, so some of you may recognize that one. I'm using Adobe Audition. Have been using it for years. So very basic, very simple, but does the job. I have a Crimson SPL interface, which is quite a nice one with some good preamps for the microphone. But I was very happy, Doug spotted it nicely, to receive my 2-Notes Captor X. So I think most of you are aware of 2-Notes. I think it's a French company. They do IR loaders, virtual cabinets, microphone simulators. And this is the box. I mean, it has everything. It's a reactive load. So I was able to use, in this case, my Engel Iron Ball tube head, completely silent, directly into the interface. Then pick the cabinet, pick the microphone, add some EQ, and directly into the interface in Audition. And that's what you're hearing on the track. And I've been extremely impressed with the quality of the virtual cabinets. It's for silent recording, silent playing. It's quite amazing, but it's also small enough to take with you to any gig, and basically just take the head, leave the cap out there, no microphone hassle, and have the sound that you programmed at home. Have it on your monitors, have it on the front of the house. So I can highly recommend it to you. That's all there is, I guess.
That's awesome, man. That's cool. That's super cool. The who wants to hit up their next who wants to hit up the next gear? Anybody? First of all, anybody up like wait? I know, Son, you're like, what is it, 4 or 5 in the morning now? What time is it over there for you? We're all enamored with that pedal. We want that pedal. Every single person in the stream wants that pedal.
So you want me to go next? Well, when we moved into this house, I took the opportunity to do some acoustic treatment, and this is the best thing that I ever did. I mean, I have the whole room treated with absorbers and diffusers, and I invested in an acoustician who calculated all this. So I have a very good frequency response from this room, and I have tons of equipment in here, and I don't want to go into detail on all of this, but that's something that I want to point out, that the better the room is, the acoustic in the room, the better will be your recording and your listening experience.
Absolutely. Amen to that.
And
hey, Andrew. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done. Sorry, my bad.
Well, and I'm recording with a W called Samplitude, which is kind of not the latest, but I think it's still the greatest software out there, and I'm a little afraid of that maybe one day this Samplitude software will not be supported anymore, so that I have to relearn a DAW, and that would be really a bad thing for me. I'm so used to this software, and it's so great. And besides that, I have some analog stuff here. Sure whether you can see that.
Oh, cool.
And some of this is stuff that I built myself, like this 500 series modules, and I built myself a Pultec EQ.
Nice.
And that's really nice.
Well,
so now I'm done. Now over to someone
That
else.
was really cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was really awesome.
Yeah, totally awesome.
Totally awesome. Like I said, we all want that pedal. Like everybody's going like, cool song. I want the pedal.
Steve might hire you to build some stuff for his studio. I know his console was all handmade, custom built. So you might get a call. Who knows?
That's awesome. Yeah, true.
Hey, Andrew, you've got the mic. Why don't you go ahead?
All right, I'll go ahead. Yeah.
Tell us about that mic, Andrew.
So I just got this actually over the weekend. It finally arrived. I actually still have the package right here. It's a Telefunken M80, and it comes in this firecracker looking, box here. Actually ended up getting 2 of them. I got a purple one too. They have a whole bunch of colors, but I mainly used it here because I'm like Doug and the rest of the world. We're all doing more live streaming, more videos, so it's like, hey, something that pops out and since you can't, because all my guitars, in fact, I can switch the video, are behind the camera. I wanted something that represents my taste, right? Which is fluorescent,
awesome.
right? So if and I can pan a little bit over
Yeah.
here as well. So I kind of like bright colors. I always tell people I have like 3 types of guitar finishes I like: fluorescent, black, or just something completely ridiculous like the light up 20th anniversary that you can see right there. So yeah, this I won't go through everything, but you guys are probably most interested in the gem UV collection that's in front of me here.
Hey,
I,
Andrew, real quick, just to
Yep.
make sure everybody knows that if there's ever a fire around you again, you're mailing all those guitars. I remember I asked first.
Yes,
I asked
you
first. So you
people
mail
ask me
all
when
to New York because I don't get fires. We don't get fire. We get floods,
Yep.
maybe an occasional tornado, but really not even that much. We're pretty stable here. Send them.
Yeah.
I'll take, I mean,
Absolutely. No, people ask me that when we had the wildfires, like, so what guitar did you take? And it was like, I said none, because A, how am I going to pick out of all these amazing instruments? But B, it's like, okay, my wife, my 2 dogs, food and water, and important paperwork. As long as I had that, I was good. You know, some of these can't be replaced, but it's material stuff. So,
I guarantee we all have different formulas that are going through our heads right now.
although I suppose I probably could have squeezed 1 or 2 in the truck. But we already talked about that's the 30th anniversary of the shirt that I'm wearing. This is a reissue UV 7BK. That's actually the guitar, the nickname Bad Horsey, right? The mirror gem that I played on stage in Palm Springs with Steve, that he kindly named Natasha for me. Can't see it, but right behind the bridge, like he names all his guitars, he named that one Natasha. Another UV 777 like we saw earlier. Sorry, my pointing is like out of frame here. The 20th anniversary gem, 25th anniversary Passion and Warfare, and just like my buddy Ramiro, I got a JPM, the 90th anniversary there. And just a shout out to our buddy Joe, Mr. Satriani, the man who made all of this possible, right? Taught Steve, taught Doug, so essentially taught us all by extension. Yes, Chris has one too, 30th anniversary Chrome Boy. So, and there's many more, but including this Prince Cloud guitar. Where is it? Right there. I was playing a little Purple Rain on Sunday for Prince's birthday, so had to
Did you get a
bust that
Pia
out.
yet?
No, I'm desperately trying to get a hold of one. I have 2 on pre-order if they become available through Sweetwater, but I'm in a long line of people waiting, so I may not get one. But yeah, as far as non-guitar stuff, I mainly use Helix, which is right next to me. Although when I'm recording, I tend to use Helix Native, just because I love living in the box. And currently a Motu 828 ES interface, some JBLs that you saw in the shot here, 4328s. There's the Helix, and this bad boy, which you can't see too well in that shot, and I don't want to move it because that's running my mic and my camera. That's the latest edition. It's the Roland VR4 HD, video mixing, streaming switcher, whatever you want to call it. But this is the magic box that makes everything happen for my live streams now. It's very hard to get, as everybody knows. Streaming equipment's really hard to get right now.
Right.
And
So Andrew,
yeah,
Andrew, does that come with a MIDI foot switch controller? Because as a musician, I just really struggle with camera switching whilst playing live.
you can program it to accept that, but what's great for those that have a Helix, with the some of the more recent updates, there's QWERTY key commands, so you can actually program your foot switches on Helix, which I've done with, even before I got the Roland. I did that with OBS, programmed my Helix to control transitions, scenes, start stream, stop stream, go to black, but yeah, this one in particular, this is like, I say they're mid-level unit, but it's definitely not mid-level price. It's up there. It's the step above what Doug has, just has some more ins and outs and a little display on it. But yeah, you can program all that stuff to happen. So yeah, anybody that thinks like knows that music gear is costly, wait till you get into video and live streaming.
God,
Forget about it. Like Billy was talking about earlier. It's nuts, but I love it. It's cool. I have another room behind me that has a bunch of tube amps that never get turned on anymore, and my like Washburn Nuno collection, my Petrucci Ernie Ball collection, right? Because this is the Ibanez room, pretty much. And yeah,
Andrew,
that's
that's actually Andrew.
yeah,
Quick question for you for that.
yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Real quick question about that. Would you be interested in heading up to Petrucci birthday, which is before Joe's birthday?
Participating in it or
Well,
playing Chris?
that's one of the things. Oh no, we're all going to be. I mean, it's going to be open for everybody. But
Yeah.
I know that when I was speaking to Roman Dev, we were talking about Petrucci's birthday, and maybe we do like a liquid tension experiment background, and
Yeah.
we're right now at the point of a month away for some of these other ones, and I didn't want to cut off anybody's gear talk, but I realized that we're also going a little bit, and I wanted to make sure that one of the things that Chris and I talked about was that it was, again, everybody was just so amazing to do it. We all need your help to do this next too, because they're real close to each other. I believe Petrucci's is the 12th and Satriani's the 15th. So to do the next couple birthday videos, especially because they're not, the backing tracks aren't naked tracks like Vi's was. So we're going to actually have to put the poll out there. Everybody decide on what they're going to do. There's going to be need to people who want to or participate in doing the backing tracks, and people can participate in coordinating, herding all the cats, and
Yeah.
all the other aspect. Yes. Yes, on the
Surfing with the Alien.
Surfing with the Alien one.
Yep.
But I don't know if that Chris and I talked about maybe trying to make it a little bit like a medley, so we'd actually have a couple, because we don't, it's one of the things. One of the things that happened with Crying Game or Crying Machine was crying. I always call it that. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I always call
One job.
You have one job. But anyway, yeah. So the Crying Machine was that. Yes, it was actually difficult for everybody to do in that short period of time. So maybe a Satriani medley that you're going to participate, a lead to this song, or you're going to do the backing. You're going to help arrange the backing track for the medley. Whatever. We got time, but time is always in tight supply. So if I just wanted to put that out there to everybody. I know people are kind of dropping in and out, and we've been doing this for a bit. So I just wanted to make sure to tweak everybody's ear toward, we need leaders for. We're going to need leaders for the Petrucci one, because that's especially challenging, in my opinion, because it's not saying that Vi or Satriani aren't challenging, but yeah, what jam track do you want? And I haven't been to a Petrucci camp, by the way, either, so I know that a couple of you guys have.
You did help us set up for one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I did. I gave Chris the ride down, and I wanted to stay. I really did, but I think I was still paying off the last camp.
Well,
hey, Tom. Hey, Tom. Michael Brock here. Hey, I'll be happy to help out with the Petrucci song. There is an excellent version of Glasgow Kiss backing track on YouTube, so I'll send you the link to that, and then we can converse afterward. And if you need my help in any way, I'll be happy to do that with you.
I love it. Everyone coming together.
Yeah, exactly. I just want, and Anybody else have any more gear to share? I don't mean to be diverting off, but I just wanted to make
I'll
sure.
just say one thing that I meant to mention earlier. I totally didn't realize this until I saw Chris's final cut of the video. I was like, damn it, why didn't I use one of my keytars? That would have just been way more cool, at least. Because you talked about everyone's holding their prized instrument, and I was the only one not really holding anything.
My man Roman.
There's also a bunch of like Satriani backing tracks on YouTube as well.
Yeah, so that and you Roman, you also sent that to me as well. So I mean, we'll if everybody gets a again, we haven't even put the poll out. We threatened to put the poll out on Sunday, and in a fit of just complete exhaustion, we failed you all. But basically, it was one of those things of trying to get the started on the next one, and Chris and I go, lessons learned. Let's make sure to get this document out to everyone so we can all help. It will help
Delegate and decentralize.
Yeah, that's smart.
And
we got plenty of time in comparison. I didn't see the Facebook post for a crying machine until Friday, before the Sunday when you said it was due.
That's okay. It's not like you had that much less time than everybody else.
Yeah, I had half the time as everybody else, I guess.
I think and just for the record too, anyone asking me for the tab, it was unofficial.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Did anyone else use Songster?
Songster, is that off of
It's just a website. It's like free.
Okay.
If you type in,
that's where I got it from.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's got the MIDI tracks, and you can do like guitar one, guitar two.
So blame them. Yeah.
I had nothing to do with tab going on to everyone. That was not me. That was my alter ego, Trent.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, Songster doesn't have the standard notation though. It's just the notes. So if you're trying to figure out what key it's in, you just kind of got to use your wits, that sort of thing. But it's pretty good. I didn't know if I was good. It's probably worth sending out Songster links if they exist for the new stuff, whatever we end up doing, because it's a good resource.
So like I said, we're gonna have We're gonna have two people that we're gonna want to make birthday videos for, and they're back to back. So, let's start pulling our heads together. Let's go get a meeting time on the Dreamcatcher page and arrange some fun stuff, and just keep the ball rolling, man. Let's keep doing something. Let's keep doing stuff together and get the word out, because I did get a couple people who were disappointed they couldn't get involved because it was such a fast thing. With all this going on in the world, it's just an honor to even just be able to take tonight and talk to y'all. So with that in mind, I have it's only 11:30 here in New York, but you Australians and New Zealanders are always so disappointed in how tired I get. So I'm actually gonna have to get splitting out, but I wanted to again thank you so much, everyone here who did it and got the word out and involved. And Chris, I mean, he's the man. Chris is just everybody. There's no way it gets done without Chris Stark, and Chris Stark is indispensable to just about everything. Make sure to check out his. I'm sure everybody here's got his records, so please, it's all. Take the time. Actually, somebody wants to volunteer the time too, also to put that up there on the Dreamcatcher. Make sure to be pushing people to put stuff up so everybody can find their stuff. I had mentioned just putting up a page. Generic
another thing that people can do is they can go and search for the Vibe birthday video, because we put social media links for everybody in the description. So that's a
great
good
point.
way to get started and looking at what everybody's doing. And if anybody actually does have any updates to their social media, contact me and I can update the description.
Yep.
Yes.
And Roman, my buddy, my dear brother down there, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. What's up?
All right, next time we're all.
I'm not wasting time, guys. It's like getting late, so.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just wanted to, again, we were talking about doing the. I know you probably overheard a little bit about doing the Petrucci thing. Petrucci birthday on the 12th, and the Satriani birthday is the 15th. So, please, make sure to stay in touch with us, okay, brother? I look so forward to anything you do. Pentatonic Speedballer on Instagram. It's like, oh, do you do something? I'm waiting. I want more stuff from you, brother.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of stuff actually. You know, all this deal with like pandemic and stuff like that got me really into getting more into recording gear and stuff like that. I even like went like to college for sound engineer's degree, but never really got into it. And I picked up a couple mics, shopping for the interface right now. I'm using Line 6 pod, but obviously, you know, there's way better solutions with like, you know, better built-in preamps, you know. And for the video, I just decided to mic up my Carvin Legacy. Surprise.
Sounded
Which
really
actually
good.
sounds badass. I mean, like I didn't like dial it in. I pretty much just like took a raw signal. And like when I was recording the video, it was like pretty late. And you know, you got to crank this guy up to get like decent sound out of it. So I think like in total, I took like 13 takes. And before like every take, I was like taking a sip and say happy birthday Steve Vai. So, and the take which worked out was the last one. So I was pretty hammered by then. But it was a great experience, you know. Like first, I started playing Crying Machine when I was like probably like 11 or 12, but like never really, you know, learned it in its entirety. And I always loved, you know, the progression that it has over there. But you know, it's a great song, and thank you so much, guys, for doing that. It was just like such a blast of inspiration, you know. I mean, just like for like few hours before you guys were about to start like putting it together, I got it done. And,
well, that's our lessons learned as well. If we kind of disperse the putting it all on one person, i.e. Chris, is to try to get rid of the deadline perspective of it. Because
yeah, but you see how perfect everything worked out indeed, you know? I mean, dude, I'm looking at all this stuff, it's just like my soul sings, like seriously, you know, it's so awesome. And you know, collaborating with you guys and like using the technology which allows us like, you know, basically like for people from all over the world just like come together and do this like little thing, you know, for our guru Steve Vai, you know, it's priceless. It's priceless.
I'll be dying to be doing the next one. I can't wait, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun, and we're gonna try to make as open of an experience as possible. 20 was an amazing, perfect number.
Oh yeah.
And so that's kind of the other reason why we just openly putting it out there for everybody. That's why we thought maybe a Satriani medley might be better, because we might be able to get more than 20, and a couple more people would have things that they like more than Crying Game or Crying Machine. And,
one job.
Yeah, it was like crying game in the way, you know.
Thank you, Doug.
That's your new nickname, Tom. Crying Game.
No, don't even joke about that, man. One of my singers has a girlfriend looks exactly like Crying Game. I'm like, hi, how you doing? You look so familiar. What are you talking about? Anyway, really quick, the Satriani medley stuff will go out. We'll be putting that information out. All jokes, guys. I hope I'm politically incorrect. I apologize if I offended anybody with that total joke. But basically, the most important thing is we will be putting the information out. The lessons learned is going to be for everyone, and it's not singling out anyone, but it's basically things that we found that will make it easier for us to make these next couple of videos. So reach out to me and Chris and each other to get this next process started, and look forward to actually looking at something maybe this weekend to get the poll information out and you know, start getting more people involved as well, because God, every camp 200 people at Vi Camp, so that means there's at least, well, at least if I'm doing the math right, that's 10,000 people who want to participate.
There's some overlap there.
Yeah, a little bit overlap.
But
you can get it done 40 times as fast, right, with your new internet?
Exactly. No problem.
Render the note, you make the video, You put everybody's notes together, and then that's the video. We're gonna try to figure out how to get this document out to everybody. We haven't even coordinated that yet, but we will be doing that this weekend for sure.
Yeah, just keep an eye
Thanks,
out.
guys.
But you know what? Let's move on to somebody else's studio setup.
And thank you all. I gotta run. Thank you guys so much.
Be well, sir.
Oh, my setup isn't all that interesting. It's just I played one of my Kiesels, which are a lot of fun if you're into speccing guitars. It's if you think buying guitars is an endless pit, once you start speccing custom guitars, it's for me it's been a wider and deeper pit to get into, and so I'm just going for it. I'm doing my like 8th or 9th build with them now, and it's just like every time you just learn more and keep doing them. It's a lot of fun. And so I played go into a Kemper, which goes into my Universal Apollo, and then into Reaper, which I just started using. So I'm just starting to figure it out now. I learned about how much better a low pass EQ could have made the track that I sent Chris today. Yeah, you set that corner frequency right about 12K, and holy shit, it doesn't sound like a transistor radio anymore. So I'm slowly learning how to make this work. And so this project was useful, just to kind of get the ball rolling for me, because I've got all this stuff that I'm working on, and it's nice to have goals and deadlines. So that's been a lot of fun. For you gem nerds, you probably would get a kick out of my gem. I've tweaked this thing a lot. This is like an early 90s gem, I think. And so, obviously new pick guard, new pickups. It's got a Seymour Duncan super distortion. I forget what the single coil is. And then it's got a Sustainiac in it, installed by our friend Gary Brower up in San Francisco, who puts in all of Joe's Joe's Sustainiacs. And that is a lot of fun. It's like basically like an EBO that's built into the guitar, and then it's got so one toggle switch turns it on and off, and another toggle switch changes the octave. So one's like just resonates the note you're playing, one's an octave up, and the next one's 2 octaves up. So you can have a lot of fun with that. So shout out to the Sustainiac if anybody likes those. But yeah, that's probably the guitar you guys probably think is the coolest. I can go on forever, as I'm sure everybody can, but that's my basic setup. And then when I play live, it's another Kemper through a Matrix 1000-watt preamp into 2 Mesa 412s, which just makes a wonderful noise. Kempers are, in my opinion, they're pretty good, but I kind of hate the cab sims. The IRs for the cabs, they're pretty good, but that doesn't beat a real cab. And so turn the cab sim off, go into the Matrix power amp, which is like a solid state power amp, and put that in a real cabs, and it's just freaking glorious. And unlike all my tube amps that I broke over the years, the Kemper always works.
All right. Who's up next? Who's up?
Mr. Barclay, I don't think you've spoken.
I think you're on mute.
Okay, how are we going, guys? Good.
There we go.
My setup's sort of a bit of a transition, actually. I fried some gear during lockdown, so I really fire out. So I'm quite excited about buying new monitors and stuff. So, but what I've been using at the moment is M-Audio gear. I use the M-Audio interface and interface keyboards and monitor speakers. I use Line 6. I use Helix. I use Andrew knows. I've been talking to him about the stuff, and the Line 6 use Helix native and straight into Logic. I have several Macs that I use. I'm a real Marshall guy. I've got a real thing for Marshalls. I've got a JVM 205, and I've got a JMD 100. And what else I've got? I've got Laney amps. Got a Laney VC30, an Orange Crush. I'm a big Fender guy. Fender. I've got a couple of Martin acoustics. Yamaha acoustic. Don't have many guitars. Probably only about 9 or 10 guitars.
That's a sane level.
I was thinking, some of you guys look, you've got 30 on the wall.
Don't be reasonable, Chris. Come on, man.
I was going to tell you, my mic. So I used to, when I record, I used to microphone. This is going back years ago. You used to use mics to record my amps. It's just too hard. So I've got AKG mics. So everything now, and native Helix native plugin. It just makes life so much easier. Just my last song I recorded was all straight through Helix. I'm lucky to use live. I'm sort of type of a venue which actually have a lot of cool plexies, Marshall plexies. So I often just take Helix and full cable into that, or sometimes I take my own head and just use cabs. And they sound really good. I've become a little bit of a sort of a amp sort of nut again. I've sort of had my feet in both camps. I've sort of been a real analog guy now. I've been playing with Helix and stuff. I've really been impressed with that. Now I'm sort of starting to come back into having maybe, in my ideal world, having both. And I'm sort of, I know you guys, Chris and Tom, are big Mesa Boogie fans. So I'm kind of looking at maybe the Triple Crown possibly. Yeah, that'd be quite cool. And I'm also really into, it's so expensive in New Zealand, Friedman B100 or something like that. I'm thinking about that, but that's pushing the price up a bit. So that's it really in a nutshell. I'm sort of looking at another Charvel, actually a couple of Charvels. I'm sort of tossing between Style 2, which is a Style 2 telly shaped thing with reverse headstock, and another DK Pro mod. So I hadn't made my mind up about that, but I need new speakers and I need a new mixer. So that's coming up first. So that's starting to put the guitar thing on the blink. But I'm looking at Surin Vega speakers at the moment. I'm almost about to pull the plug on Surin Vega. Are they pretty good, Andrew?
Yeah, I've seen them in a lot of different venues and places over the year. I mean, they've been around for decades. So
really close.
Yeah, I just recognize them from their signature red cone they got.
It's ones I'm looking at, entry level ones, but they'd be quite good. But when I record, I don't know you guys, I actually love a real, like if I'm using Helix, I love to have it going through a PA. I've got a PA in here, and I just love feeling like I'm on stage. I can't do it in headphones. It just doesn't sound right. I need real big. I like the chewiness. Like even with Helix, I can get this chewy sort of. I think on the track, I only contributed a little bit for you guys. I just didn't have the time, but I was using a Helix Bogner patch. I think a Bogner one I've used. So,
do you think the PA is coloring your sound at all? Or
I don't know. Possibly. I'm going for a power mixer. That power mixer is fried, so I've got to get something else. At the moment, I'm using passive speakers, so I'm going up to active speakers at the moment. So. Don't know. I'm not sure.
I've been down that road myself. I tried PAs and I tried these mission cabinets. These fucking things.
Yeah.
If you can see that, Mission Engineering.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be FR cabinets, and you're supposed to be able to like change the amount of. It's got a guitar amp voicing and a FR voicing. You can like blend it in between, and they all sound like shit, in my opinion. So I've tried to get fully digital sound amplified without using an actual cab. And I've never been able to get it to where I like it enough to where I get that amp in the room kind of feeling without.
Roman, have you tried a power cab?
Which one's that?
From Line 6, the power cab. It's
got the IRs built in, right?
So yeah, the Plus model, which is pretty much the only one I typically recommend because you can remote control it, and it has 3 core modes. Not to get into a marketing talk here, but there is a flat mode. For those that want to run their cabs or IRs in their model or the Kemper or whatever. It does load IRs in the Plus model, so if you want to take, offload that processing out of whatever device you're using. But where I think it really shines is the speaker mode, because what you're talking about, and I always hear everyone talking about, guitarists are used to standing in front of their amp, right? They want that visceral feeling. And that was really the impetus behind it, was to give you what Line 6 was calling the amp in the room not just sound, but feel, right? That response, because a guitar speaker, as everybody here knows, responds way different from a PA speaker, right? PA's speaker is meant to hold an entire band mix, right? So the drivers are heavier duty, thus slower in their transient response, versus a guitar speaker that, you know, is meant to break up, have a really fast attack, etc. So this, there's one sitting next to me, but the speaker in Power Cab is a guitar speaker. It's a custom Eminence, you know, based off one of their existing guitar speakers. So when you load one of the speaker models, which is essentially like kind of digitally throwing a greenback or a vintage 30 or a bluebell or whatever in there out of their models, you're getting the physical response of a guitar speaker, because it's not a PA speaker, you know, physically. So I highly recommend checking out, because I know exactly what you're talking about. I've tried the Mission. I've tried pretty much every other guitar centric FR box, and gotten a similar feeling where it was like trying to be something it's not, and it's not quite there. But I mean, that's pretty much my rig, is that Helix and that, and hit a foot switch and I can change the speaker or go to flat mode if I'm doing acoustic or whatever. Pretty cool.
Cool, man. Thanks.
And I've been trying to get Chris Barclay to get those, but I know how difficult it is to get stuff in New Zealand. But you tried them at one of the camps in Palm Springs, right? The Vi Academy, when we were prototyping them, right?
Power Cab.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can get them in New Zealand. I've seen them. It's just even gear priority list is a little bit down. So I'm sort of, you know, as a guitarist, all the sexy stuff's with guitars, you know, and it gets a little bit monitors and mixers for me are down lower, but for a necessity, I just can't. I'm in limbo at the moment. I need to pull the plug and actually buy some new gear. So the guitars down.
You shouldn't have blown your mixer, man.
And during lockdown, everything was shut, so I had nothing, and I had to go to the Rock Shop, which is a place like a little guitar center. I went in there and I got an old mixer that I played at this venue with, and I borrowed that, and I had to give it back because New Zealand's come out of lockdown. We're back to pretty much normal, so everyone wants a shit back. So I actually have to buy something again. So there's an empty space there. That's where I had my mixer and stuff. And it's just, you know, it's getting painful. It's getting painful. So I have to buy that gear first.
I just want to maybe duck out. I just want to say hi and bye to everyone. It's been great to hang out, and I'll see you again on the internet sometime.
Hey, Doug.
Awesome, Doug.
Take care, Doug.
Keep blowing up those mixes, miss. See you, man.
Yeah, Andrew, case in point, that's why I have the Boogie 212 in here when I want to get the amp in the room thing, kill the cab sim, go through the power amp, go straight into that thing, and it's glorious. It's so nice.
Yep.
But then I need a freaking power amp for it. So that Helix, that Line 6 thing has power amp built in?
Yeah, the Power Cab. It's basically an active speaker system. There's a 112 version and a 212 version, and like I said, or the 212 is only available in the Plus, but I only recommend the 112 Plus or 212 Plus anyway, just because of mainly the ability to remote control it. I mean, I'm not personally into IRs, but it's cool that you can load them on there.
Mm-hmm.
But just like I said, being able to hit a foot switch, and it's got MIDI, so you could use your Kemper to control it, your Axe-Fx, whatever, and just like, bam, I've got a whatever Mesa profile or model with a V30. I've got a Fender with a Jensen. I've got an AC30 with a Bluebell. Like, you can just those wine pairings, right, as we call them.
Yep.
So it's, yeah, check it out, man. If you feel like driving down to LA, you can try mine.
Right on. Thanks.
So, somebody else want to go through their gear? Tim, I see your hands waving.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, just because I got to get the kids going to sleep and all that kind of stuff. Real simple setup. Cubase as my DAW, and that Helix native that they gave us at that Via Academy has really helped me a lot. Just simplify things. Let me see if I can switch the camera around. I think I can do it. So here's for amps. As you can tell by all the stuff on top of it, that's how much I use the amp. So I'm a Carbon guy. So this is the V3M, 50-watt amp. And then on the other side, Big Brother, the V3 at the 100 watts. So I took this one guitar out because I figured that might be a little strange and different. And Andrew, I think you said you like fluorescent guitar, so here's mine. There you go.
Beautiful. I love it.
Joe Satriani, in one of his early videos, had a version of this thing. Except if you can see it closer, humbucker and single coil kind of play together as one thing, the triple humbucker. Whereas the white ones that you use in early videos, this one single would be on top here. So I thought that would be a little different thing, I wanted to show off some folks.
Did it come from the factory that way?
Your Eco, yay! Headlamp. It's hard to go after headlamp. Appears to be things thrown in there, but that's basically it for me. Very simple.
Love it.
I think
that was a 540p, 540 power Ibanez. There were two versions, that the triple humbucker that you see there, and the one that you can see in like Fast Boogie video for Joe Satriani, which is the humbucker and the single coil, and it's normal position, but the same guitar, just two different versions. That's the way that one came.
Skolnick.
Skolnick. Oh,
I'm stumped.
If Doug's never seen it, that means it's crazy rare.
come by to visit anytime. It's here. You're not too far. Say again? Say that again? I'm looking at it now. Let me see. That again? I mean, I don't know what you're looking for, but this is the case. I need to install this thing back again. Vi was talking about this.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking at it now. Let me see.
Well, actually, I came running back in because I was actually watching it on Facebook,
I don't know what you're looking
and
for, but this is the
I
case.
couldn't. your audio wasn't on. And I was like, oh man, Doug doesn't, I don't know if you know, your audio wasn't coming through for a little bit.
Wow.
Yes. Well, actually, I came running back in because I was actually watching it on Facebook,
I don't know what you're looking
and
for, but
I couldn't. Your audio wasn't on.
Tim, does she play guitar? Are you training her well?
She plays piano, so at least it's
Oh.
something. And I got one of these little mini guitars, like a 3/4 scale one. So that way she stays away from mine.
The next generation of shred.
Hey guys, how you doing? We went through my front end equipment just for a couple of minutes at the beginning of the broadcast, but I'll show you guys a couple of other things. First of all, I'll start with the visual. Now I'm new at all of this, right? So I'm just I decided a few years ago that I'm not too old to put out my first album and really start to try to make some things happen. So one of the things I started doing was just a few live streams, and the beautiful backdrop here and the nice visual effect. I'll turn on the lights and show you how fake that is, and then I'll show you some of the equipment. One moment. All right. So let me get the camera here. Yeah, this is what it actually looks like. So it's just a photography background. Anyway, we talked about the Mesa Boogie.
No.
Huh?
There's no way. I thought it was totally real. That's crazy.
Yeah. That is a $15 backdrop that my wife bought from Amazon.
You guys and your $15 Amazon backgrounds. I feel so left out.
Yeah, I set it up and it gives me a little space in the back of the room to put all my junk, right? But for recording, we showed the JP2C, which I totally love. I'm coming out of that. It has the built-in cab clone. And just coming over here, right now I'm using a Focusrite. I also have a Behringer Euphoria. And I'm kind of back and forth between those two. And I'm just using Logic on the iMac. And then I have the mothership set up here. Let me move this thing out of the way. I work in IT. I'm a consultant, so I have the big standing desk and the multi-monitor setup and everything going on there. So it looks like a spaceship in here sometimes. But that really the recording setup is pretty simple. Gives me a nice look and a nice place for the guitars. But I'll show you guys something that I'm putting together here in the house. And yell at me if the audio fades. The camera is on Wi-Fi, but my audio is Bluetooth, and I think I'm not going to get too far away from my computer for this. I'm going to show you guys something that I just recently did here. So when we moved into this big house, we had a workshop. It was a woodworking shop, but we just started converting it last week for my kids, and this is going to be the jam room. And it's not complete by any means yet, but it was a woodworking shop, and so now we've got the drums. We're building the drum riser. I'm not going to use the PA in here, but we have everything set up. my kids are very musically gifted, right? So they're drummers and bass. And here's one right now. No. Huh?
Are you on the call?
I am. You're live. This is my daughter, Evelyn. Hi, Evelyn. Say hello. She can't hear you because you're in my earpiece, but they said you're live on the other. You're on with the guys for Dreamcatcher. Come on into the light. So Evelyn, so you guys know, Evelyn just got a scholarship to Berkeley, and she'll be starting at Berkeley College of Music in the fall. She's 17 today, and she'll be a vocal major, and she's also a what? No, Steve, it's not that. She asked if Steve was on the call, but she'll be starting there. She's a vocal major. She's also a world-class percussionist, and very very proud of her. But she plays everything she puts her hands on. And my son also is a bass player and a drummer. So we have a lot of fun. We're a musical family, and I've really enjoyed putting everything together for them. Say hi, Sebastian.
Hi, Dad. It's that call.
Is your last name Partridge?
Partridge. Yeah, right. All right, now you get my ugly mug again. Sorry. I am so incredibly proud. She worked very hard for that. We went to Atlanta for her tryout, and there's a gentleman, a soul singer named Cleveland Jones. He was there for her tryout, and he's just a lovely human being, very very kind, and he hit it off with Evelyn. And I won't mention amounts, but it was a sizable scholarship, and we're very proud of that. I'm a proud dad today. You got to believe that.
Thanks for the tour, by the way. That was awesome too, and also for knowing about the Mick Hayes CD.
Oh, speaking of CDs, one last thing. I will send you a link. Evelyn was on a CD that was recorded here in the Shoals from some Alabama music, and she did a remake of "Respect" from Aretha Franklin that I would just love for you guys to hear. And so I'll send a link to that and put it out on the group.
Rad.
I think I need to move to Alabama to get me some more space. That's
Come on
awesome.
to Alabama, brother. We'll hook you up.
Hey,
my swimming pool is the Tennessee River.
There you go.
Oh yeah. I'm done. Unless you, yeah. All right. Thank you.
I believe we still have Jim, Ramiro, and Luis.
Take it away.
I'll go. So actually, I'm actually like going through gear envy, so I'll just be quick. So yeah, it was actually interesting when we had the beginning of doing this. My whole studio / room was a bunch of wires on the floor, so it was like, oh, now I need to put this all back together again quickly before I try to record. So it was kind of like throw together, get it all done. So I actually used, so many years ago, probably 30s, maybe 30 some years ago, I started with Guitar Studio, and it was Cakewalk and a bunch of other things, but I ended up with Sonar. So that's what I've been using for my recording. I've been going through a lot of gear transitions. Basically my two, I'll try to turn around here, my two things that I play through mostly. I found one thing that was kind of cool. I took the Vi Legacy and threw it to this little quilter amp because I do a lot of like traveling, playing quick, and then going home. So this one I wanted something that had a little power, but it was light to carry. So this is a quilter, which is QSC, the Q quilter. And I took the Vi Legacy and cranked it all the way up and turned the quilter all the way down and then mic'd it. And it sounded okay. It's not great. And then when I play out like in places, I pretty much use my deluxe. I have a 65 deluxe remake. I think I recorded the recording, which I wasn't really excited about the sound, but it was done and it was late. I did it through the quilter with the Legacy, and it sounded a little bit more kind of, I don't know, a little muddy to me, but that's what ended up on there. And so basically that's, yeah, pretty simple. I have, a pedal board that I've been working on. There was a gap. I don't know if you saw that, but it's a place for a new amp that I'm looking at. I've been meeting with actually Dave Weiner once a month, and he's basically talked me into the small box 50s. So that's kind of where I'm thinking of going, but I'm not sure just yet. I'm not ready to make the leap. So that's pretty much it.
Friedman small box 50s are amazing sounding amps. Another amp that's very similar to that is a Splawn, also made in North Carolina, Dallas, North Carolina. Typical America, putting two cities in the same state. Whatever, you know what I mean. Dallas, North Carolina, Splawn. Check them out. They actually have a very similar type of sound, not as well known as the Friedman, so it might not be as expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
It's that sound.
Yeah.
Very similar plexi kind of early Van Halen type thing.
Yeah, I just liked how it sounded on almost like a lower volume and then a louder volume. Because when I play out, I'm at a louder volume, but on Sundays, Sunday mornings specifically, I have to play at a lower volume and mic'd up so I don't drive the sound guy crazy. So there's that kind of blend that I have to deal with. So that's been the challenge.
Cool. So who's next? We've got Ramiro and Luis.
Hey.
Okay, Ramiro, you're up.
Okay. I want to show you my guitars. This is my RG652BG.
We could use a little more level of you, Ramiro. If you talk real close, we'll get you.
Okay. Yeah.
There. Yeah.
Okay. This is my RG652. I'm a DiMarzio guy with the Town Sound and the Air Norton. Beautiful guitar. I use this guitar for the record the solo, just with my mahogany cable into my audio interface. It's a Focusrite 2i2 third generation into my laptop, and the Helix native. Thank you so much, Andrew Banica. The guitar, and I have my RG570 with the Tone Sound, the True Velvet in the middle, and the Puff Pro on the neck. And I have my JPM with the Steve Special and the Air Norton. I think in all my guitars I use Ernie Ball strings and 942. I think except in this guitar it's 946. And I have all my guitars are signed by different guitar players. This one, John Petrucci. I love sign in the headstock. And I have another one. With this one, I play with Steve by Last Camp, but signed by Joe Satriani. And this has the the Town Sound and the Air Norton again. And I have another one guitar here. The Line 6 Variac 700.
Yeah, my brother.
Thank you so much, Andrew Banega, for
This
the
is why we
praise.
get along so well.
Yeah. I, actually, this guitar right now I use it for the acoustic sound, like Martin. Yeah, you have the Galtap one. Yeah, great guitar.
It's OG right
I love
there.
it. Yes,
Nice.
and I have another one, a Washburn guitar, like Les Paul model with the tone sound in the bridge, but with the liquid fire in the neck. Awesome combination too. And nylon guitar, an acoustic electric guitar, and I use right now just the Helix Native, but when I play live, I use right now this rack. In the top is the I think the wireless system, the in-ear monitors, because I don't use any cab. Just since 2006, I use in-ear monitors, and my Pod XT Pro.
Sounds like Roman's got some catching up to do.
Yeah, I know. But when I stay in my studio, I use my monitors, right? Um, the Sony MGR 7506.
The staples.
Yeah, and all my in-ears monitors, SE 425, 535, and my old E5, just to check the mix with different ways. I think it's all for now. Thank you so much.
So last but certainly not least, Luis.
Hi. Well, I always try to keep it simple, so I use this little Boss GT1.
Nice.
It works like a interface too, so the sound goes directly to the Logic Pro and Final Cut for videos. And this is my guitar. That was the one in the camp, in the video too. I love this guitar since I was 18. And that's pretty much all. I think maybe my mini MIDI controller for all the pads and the strings. So I think that's all, folks.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
You sounded great on the recording, Luis. It was really, really good. So, I mean, it's really great to see someone can make a simple rig like that sound as good as you made it sound. Good job.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, there were I mean, not to single anybody out, but there were, I would say there were definitely some favorites I had when I was mixing, because the tone some of you have is just glorious. Unfortunately, Chris Benson's not here, but he was one of my favorites. Ramiro, your tone is beautiful. Luis, your tone just glorious. But the thing about a project like this with so many players was when I imported everybody's audio into the Logic timeline, I had everything going simultaneously. So it was like hearing a massive angelic choir of guitar. And what made it very cool was how different everybody's tone was, because it all blended together. And, I couldn't possibly leave it that way because it was just audio chaos at that point. But there was something really, really cool about it. And one of my favorite parts of the song, believe it or not, is when we get to what we've been kind of Tom and I have been calling the Lydian section, after the the first two solos, after Tom and Chris Benson take their solo, there's kind of that slower section where it's in Lydian mode. Exactly, that's the one. The sonic chaos that ensues is so cool to me, because then it reaches this apex where everybody jumps in onto the whammy bar section, and it just kind of that's the massive resolution to me, and that was my favorite part of the song. And of course everybody's guitar solos, but
My favorite part of the whole thing was the last moment thing, which I'll be posting probably tomorrow or the next day. I've been trying to get to work on it, but getting my 7-year-old son to throw picks at me. I have 30 takes. He threw them over my head. One time he threw them. I think he was getting frustrated with doing it, so he threw it so hard at my face they left a mark. A couple of them stuck. I mean, it was priceless. So there's an outtake video I'm gonna be posting on my thing, which it came out hilarious. I shared it with Chris, but I was gonna put it in as like old man reference right here. But Cannonball Run always had the outtakes, like the things that went wrong. So I was basically just gonna do like all these pick hits in my face, and it actually really came out really funny. To submit the video to Chris, and I was thinking of all of you, and I'm like, I have such guitar envy of Andrew's guitars, of everybody has all these. Just, I mean, I don't have a gem. I have a Universe. I used it, but it was one of those things like I tried to think of like how to do something cool. So when I did my thing, I kept switching guitars. So I did 10 takes of the.
Oh, did we lose Tom?
Tom. And I did.
We heard you at 10 takes.
You dropped out for a second there, Tom.
Oh, yeah, probably my.
I thought you were switching guitars or something.
He was switching takes.
Again, watch. I'm gonna do Max Headroom now.
There's a reference that not too many people are gonna get.
I got it.
I got it too. Gotta pay that. Come on.
So anyway, so let's see. Who else has? I was taking a quick informal poll. I can't believe how many Logic users we have.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a Logic user, so Chris, you might have to block me soon because I might be hitting you up. I'm trying to wean myself off of Pro Tools. I've been a Pro Tools
Deck.
What's that?
Anybody remember Deck?
Deck. No.
That was a Sentra 660 AV, and that was software to record multiple tracks into your computer. It gave you the chance to put 2 tracks on.
It's massive.
Groundbreaking for the time. It was like 1994, something like that.
Wow.
And ever since then, I get really curious as to what people would actually go through the process of. I had a Motu interface. Everybody goes through the different processes of how to get your tone. The Tascam DA88 that then sent the tape out to Miami to switch it over to at least its ADAT. Don't do that. It destroyed my guitar sound. So everybody probably has different experiences with doing those kind of different things, but
Well, I think it's been amazing just to see the technology evolve over the years, right? So I remember mid '90s using Cakewalk, and I don't know if that was the original or if Deck was, but it was a pretty kludgy interface back then, but it was fascinating, right? And we could see it coming. We're like, this is going to be the future. At some point, it wasn't ready for prime time then, but we could tell, at some point that was going to be the future of recording. And sure enough, I mean, that's the thing.
I was pretty sure I was playing with the future on that Boss Dr. Rhythm DR550.
Yep.
Those are the cheesiest drum fills ever. Just one button.
Yeah.
But it was one button. You didn't have to write the whole fill. It just gave, fill, bang, and then it gave you a fill. So all my 4 tracks, I scared Chris maybe a week before, Chris, we were doing this, that I tried to take all my cassettes. Here it is, 2020. I still have cassettes. Doug Doppler, do you still have cassettes?
Hang on, am I unmuted? Yeah, no, I'm unmuted. Okay, hold on. Yep, there we go. I have more cassettes than you could possibly imagine. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
Tim, yes, drum machines. Drum machines saved my life in GIT. Without that little boss knock, I would have been kicked out of school. That Norman Brown.
Storm and Norman Brown.
Storman was my reading teacher. He was a monster.
That guy could play.
Oh my God, he still was just a monster. No, but that coming from tapes, and I think if everybody has their stuff on Spotify, and you have the ability to make mixtapes or your playlist, so you're kind of going through the process of making anything as a playlist. I put together a Satriani playlist of 30 Satriani songs. I'll put that up on the group as maybe the starting point. I guarantee every single person in this room has a favorite Satriani song that's not on my 30, because there are 900 Satriani songs that are awesome. So, I'm very curious about how to build a medley that everyone's going to really want to play on. And so I wanted to try to get that started a little bit. So there's a Spotify playlist out, and I'll put it out. I mean, if anything, it'll actually look like, oh, wow, I actually have a Spotify account. I think I had 1 follower. I just don't use it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, if there's different strategies for people doing that. That's a whole nother conversation, of course. But Doug, what do you think of what is your take on how we should be doing as content creators, putting our stuff together for everybody, doing these things? Where should we should we be doing that with Spotify, or isn't Spotify kind of evil that they don't? I don't know. They don't pay. I pay them. They don't pay me. Like, I think Chris has like 10,000 plays. Here's a penny. I don't know. Not bitter. Just not sure if I'm doing the right thing.
Somebody's unmuted, and there's some interesting background.
I think it's Tim.
I think we can collectively decide that we think it's Tim, but it's kind of entertaining at the same time. The interesting thing, first of all, the Google Sheets and Google Docs are a good way, so long as they don't become too data heavy. I did a manual with a company, and once they start to have too much data in them, they start to get shaky, and they don't actually lose data, but they become increasingly more difficult to manage in the as you add content to them. But so long as you don't have a ton of stuff going on in them, Google Docs and Google Sheets are a really neat way to communicate, because once everybody gets a link to it and has editing privileges, they can put stuff there. And for example, Google Sheets, you could have for pisses and giggles, you've got your rows and your columns. That's a place where people can put up a Dropbox link, for example, where they can put up a 2-track or a stem of whatever they're working on. And because not everybody, I'm a Dropboxer, but at the same time, being able to just find some way of putting a link to something somewhere that everybody can have access to again, the lowest common denominator with most people attached, I think, is always a good thing, right?
It's awesome, and I want to thank everybody here for hitting the Google form that
Yes.
I put, because I thought that would be faster than me checking my emails, because real life intrudes on emails, and then I might not know somebody's email address, and so I was like, the forum's going to help me here, and so thank you all for hitting that. I appreciate that. That was very helpful. I'm going to Chris, we'll put the doc up on Google Doc probably, and
not a problem. Yeah.
A couple things of that, and
take care of that.
I'll put once we have that, I'll put the Spotify link to the playlist, and you guys can. I think it's an open playlist, so I think you guys can. That's why I mentioned Spotify, because it seemed like it might be something where we make an open playlist and people just keep filling it in. I know what will happen though. It will be July 1st, and we'll go, man, that's a 900 song Satriani playlist medley.
But you can also look by the number of plays, right? Yeah. So the ones that have the most plays will be kind of like, Of course, there'll be the ones that'll be like, "Oh, he's tuned down to E flat, right?" I was like, "Oh no."
Awesome.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
shouldn't have said that because now we know.
Well, and I think, not to go too far into the weeds here, but the other thing to consider is we don't have to do one project for Joe Satriani. We can have other people, breaking off and doing what they want to do. You can do your own song.
Do your own thing. Yeah, that's what we wanted to do in the document. Was the things that we discovered would probably help everybody do their own thing as well.
Yeah. Right.
Not to say that we're not going to do one, but it was so much fun.
Yeah.
Coordinating and seeing you all, seeing Chris and seeing and just seeing you guys all over again, and Doug again for this whole thing tonight. I mean, this is beyond cool, and can't wait to do the Satriani thing with you, buddy. That's gonna be awesome. I can't wait to see what you pull out. It's gonna be awesome. So, yeah. So we'll get going on that. We're gonna get going on that Google Doc and get that out to everybody, and then. I mean, maybe we'll do another Zoom or something in a week or so, or once we get down to in the weeds, as we would say. That would be cool. I can't wait. And Michael Brock, man, that is so great. That is so amazing about your daughter and getting that Berkeley. I know how hard that is. That's really super cool. Make sure to share that link of that song that she's on, doing Respect. I want to hear that. That's awesome. That's super cool.
I sure will, Tal. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, man. It's very kind. I will share that.
And Roman Dev, it's funny. You were talking, and I'm listening, and I'm hearing Doug like cut in, and he wasn't in. I was like, that's why I'm like checking on the fam who was sleeping. I wanted to make sure I wasn't too loud. That's why I was like sitting there going like, okay, it's 11:30. If my wife doesn't come at me with a knife soon. Yeah, shut up, you're on the mic all the time. So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing anything wrong. That's why I better go. If I keep my mouth shut, I'm not doing anything wrong.
That's so funny. I'm curious to know what people are using to stream. Kind of, what their setups are, what their cameras are, what applications they're using and what they've enjoyed using, and kind of, Andrew and I have been kind of going through a bunch of different things. The audio and video quality of Zoom is mediocre at best. We did something yesterday with StreamYard, which streams at 720p, which is okay. Ecamm Live will actually stream at HD resolution, 4K, and you have the ability to do a virtual webcam. So. But when you start bringing people in, it all of a sudden gets very complicated very quickly, and it's actually one of the things that we really liked about using StreamYard is you basically jet somebody a link. They don't have to download the application like with Zoom, and they're just basically you let them in, and it worked really, really well. I'm curious to know what other people are using and what they're enjoying using and what they're not enjoying using.
Actually,
the big challenge for me has been audio. Maybe someone here's got a solution for this, but everything I try to play my guitar through, it ends up attenuating the sound, be it clean tone, be it distorted, rhythm or solo, whatever. You play for like 5 or 10 seconds, and it just sounds like it turns into it like it's in a tunnel or something like that. Does anybody know how to solve that problem?
This guy right here. All right, this is the Shure MV51. I've been very, very happy with the audio response. I set it in front of a speaker, and it has different settings: a live setting, a vocal setting, a podcasting setting. This has been an excellent microphone. It interfaces directly with my iPhone. So as far as the video streaming, I just downloaded an app last night that I'm using tonight, as a matter of fact. So if my video looks okay to you this evening, so far I'm very happy with this app. It's called Epoch Cam, EPOC Cam, and so you download a client on the Windows. They have a Windows and a Mac client. And then you download the app on the iPhone. I don't know if they have an Android version or not, but I like what I'm seeing on the monitors from it. I haven't been using the microphone tonight. I'm just using a little Bluetooth earpiece for right now. But as far as live streaming, this microphone is the bomb. That's the MV51.
What microphone is that?
Exactly. There you go.
A question: what have you been streaming? What application have you been using to stream?
Just my iPhone and Facebook Live. I'm really a noob.
Cool. No, that's awesome. Roman, where are you, bro? So there are certain things that you're able to get away with in terms of, like, you know, I mean, ironically, using this and capturing room audio and going straight into Facebook Live. Sometimes the simplest solution is the simplest solution. That said, the thing that I loved about StreamYard is there's a setting in StreamYard that you basically bypass their audio processing, and that compression decompression thing that especially happens if you're chunking down on the bottom strings goes away.
No shit. StreamYard. And there's a free version and there's a couple of different paid versions. But I literally was doing a test this morning, and it's 720p, so the video's so. But the thing is the audio is an 8 out of 10, but it doesn't do the disappearing. Like, you know, I've been teaching on Zoom for a year because I loathe Skype, right? But and also some of you will have this. If you look in your upper left-hand corner on your interface here inside Zoom, there's a feature called turn off or turn on original sound. Some people have it, some people don't. You want to leave it in the turn off original sound mode.
Right.
Okay, so, and then what you want to do is you want to select your audio interface, and this is not a Doug show-off moment, so let me be really clear about that. But let me unmute this, and you're going to probably hear some of the DI guitar because of the way it's routed with my audio interface. It's not going to come out on the stream, but
that was crazy. The distorted part came out great. You could hear the DI as well, but like it wasn't attenuating the distorted sound.
So the hack on that is simply using a high-end audio interface as your input source into Zoom.
I've got my Apollo right now.
Well, you got your Apollo. So basically, all you do is, and that's what you're coming through. By the way, your mic sounds great.
But does this attenuate? No.
So you don't want to be using the mic.
No, I'm not using the mic. This is the audio interface. It's not the mic.
Okay. Then mute.
I'm not monitoring the sound at all.
Okay, but what you want to do is mute the mic input.
Mute? Oh, really?
Because your mic's picking up. Oh, wait. Oh, but you do have some studio. No, you don't have any studio monitors.
The monitors are muted right now.
Okay, go ahead and play. Okay, wait. Do you have turn original sound? Does it say off or on?
You said it's in the upper left corner.
So, and not everybody has it, so it'll be right next to like the enhanced encryption thing. So
yeah, don't have it. I don't think.
Okay, so I don't know. Are you on a Mac or a PC?
PC.
Okay, it may. I have not been able to find out who has it and who. And are you on a paid thing because of your work?
No, this is the free Zoom client.
Okay, so it may be that the free Zoom client doesn't have it, but basically there is a little field that's basically a selectable toggle that toggles between turn off original sound and turn on original sound. But if you set it to turn off original sound, it doesn't do the companding thing. Actually, let me see if I can demonstrate it with it on. Let's see if it does it. Sorry, hang on, I'm muting. And you will hear, again, because you're upstream of my audio interface, I'm not going to be able to get rid of the direct signal.
It's tough. The DI was really loud that time.
Yeah,
I heard it.
So, Doug, actually, if you go into the Zoom preferences Under the
Here it
audio
is.
tab, you have to click on advanced, but there is a little checkbox that says show in meeting option to enable original sound from microphone.
Got
So
it.
you have to drill in there, but it is there.
Thank you. The voice of sanity has appeared. So
right,
and
so I
That's
got it.
why we
I
have
got it.
IT guys on the call.
That's why we
I
have
just have to say, great minds think alike, because you beat me to that by like 10 milliseconds.
So
It's my
And so what
new
about
low latency internet?
and what about suppress?
It's your new fast internet.
And what about the other three? Suppress persistent background noise. Should that be off?
my guess is I'm going to say off, because what that does is it invites it to start companding the signal. But I'm going to let the IT guys weigh in with the voice of intelligence. Gentlemen?
Wait, you don't look for intelligence from IT.
We have trickery.
Right.
I love it.
Oh, this is consulting. We must consult.
All right, so I've got those clicked. Is this attenuating? Even the high harmonics? If I can hit one of them. Did it cut that out?
No, nice.
No, that's perfect, man. It sounds great.
Holy shit, it works. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. There you go. Where do we send the bill?
Yes. Boy, the 3 IT guys, 2 minutes, that's $600 right there.
Easy.
Next up, we're going to change a light bulb.
That's right.
Next camp drinks are on me.
I heard that. Is this recorded?
It's like on the internet and stuff.
Official. It's legally binding.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, nothing legally binding here. We're just doing songs. We're just having fun. Doug, I was using Streamlabs OBS. I might have mentioned that earlier, and I've been having great difficulty. I'm not sure exactly where my problem is. I'm putting it at the foot of PreSonus audio driver with my Mac, because it just seems to just go kind of crazy and things don't make sense. I mean, I have this great Studio Live board, automated board. I set everything up in a scene, and then I just keep it that way. So I try to keep it as simple as possible for me, because when you're playing live, like you were like last Wednesday, and you're playing, and you don't have time for like to make an adjustment. You're playing, you know, and it just seems like the slobs. That's what they call it affectionately, I guess. Studio Live.
Yeah, hit me up, Tom, because I'm using that, and audio-wise, I haven't had any issues. So
no problems with audio. Yeah, we got. I'd love to hit you up on it, Andrew, because I definitely have a gremlin in my system somewhere.
What's it doing?
Well, I've had to do like it's done some bizarre things, like not just the audio cutting off, but like I get broadcast interrupted all the time. I get I mean I'm paying a good amount for my internet. I'm not paying for the business class, which I think was I think that's the super speed, but
have you
20 megabits up? So
20. You're plenty. Anything above 12, you're fine.
yeah, I'm doing like 10 and 12, and I'm not having issues. So I think it's probably just the way it's configured for you, Tom. Hit me up.
I'm using a direct to. Yeah, here goes my internet as I go ahead.
Oh,
somebody screen grab that.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait a second. You know what? Hang on just a second. Tom, would you unfreeze yourself and come back? He's a tech guy, so we're just going to presume that he is in fact using the actual an Ethernet cable. So by the way, anybody listening here, just kind of like the number one thing as you stream, never use your Wi-Fi if humanly possible. Oh, look at that. Come on, Roman. Wait a second. Oh, that's hilarious. Hold on a second. Roman, hold on a second. I got to pin this. Hang on a second. That is the funniest thing I've seen. Like, Oh, where'd Roman go? Hold on. Oh, he's. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. You guys are having way too much fun.
This is getting meta.
Triple threat over here.
Oh, my word. All right.
I think fine. It's getting late, Doug.
Yeah, it's obviously the moment of
Luis.
Hi, everyone. See you.
Luis, great to see you, my friend. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. It's a pleasure.
You guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, my word.
All right, who's going to be the quad?
All right. Look at you guys. Everybody's gone green screen.
That Michael's got a real screen. He doesn't need one.
That's right.
I'm loving that, by the way. That is sick.
Aha.
Nice. A little Bay Area love for you, Doug.
There you go. Thank you very much. I love that. Hey, as long as we're kind of on the green screen topic here. Oh, there we go. Oh, rebooting. Tom's computer crashed. Gotta love that.
Sounded good.
Yeah, that sounded great.
Yeah. Very nice.
I have to come back over here. That way it looks better.
Oh, jeez. Roman went super meta.
No.
So let me ask this: Is there? I know some of us are collaborating across the internet, and we've used some of this time during the pandemic, and then relationships that we've built during the academies and whatnot. Is there any official group or anything that we should all be a member of and kind of just help each other along? Like some of the Ivy League universities have the Skull and Bones Society, right? And they're sworn to help everyone along, politically and whatever they aspire to in life. So we're all in a position where we have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of talent, we have a lot of connections, right, amongst us. Is that something we should actively be doing? Some of us have albums out. Some of us are working on them. We're all at various levels along the way. Should we coordinate our efforts a bit? Because the entire music industry has changed, right? It's not the 80s where you spend all your money recording in the studio, sell your soul to the record company, and then go on tour for a year, right? And hope that you make it, right? It's a new day of the internet and live streaming and virtual audiences and picking up followers and all of this stuff. And we're bombarded constantly, right? But I feel like, for myself, I feel like I'm in this abyss of information by myself, and I don't even know where to begin. Sometimes looking for sifting through all of the information, and everybody that wants to sell me their $29.99 booklet and everything else, right? But we have a group of people here that we could.
Look tomorrow for a Vi Academy Skull and Bones group. I will create it tomorrow.
It's funny. I was thinking the same thing, Chris, and I was actually gonna hit you up the other day. I was like, why don't we have like alumni?
Yeah.
Just for not that we have all the groups, but that's usually for when there's specific events. But just like those of us that want to connect and create together and share.
Yeah.
Tips.
I mean, that's just it. Not every Vi Academy alumnus is somebody who is an active musical creator. Some of us are just players, and there's nothing wrong with that. But some of us do actually want to write and record and do our own original thing. And yeah, it would be great to have a resource where we can rely and lean on each other
because some of us are good at this thing, some of us are good at that thing. I mean, it's like the IT field. You can't be good at everything. And somebody out there is going to be an expert in the thing that you're deficient in. And if we can rely on each other and stick to our slice of awesome that we're really good at, we can all pull the collective level up higher.
I'm gonna see you and raise you one. Is my audio up? It's not true. Oh, I've got him. Do I have him pinned? Yeah, I've got him pinned. Hang on a second. There we go. So one of the things that Andrew and I have been talking about is we actually did create a Facebook group, and it's Andrew, it's Content Creator University, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the whole point of that, and the whole point, as I kind of mentioned a little earlier on the show, is that we can have the opportunity to kind of exchange information and this whole content creation thing, because I don't remember who it was that said that they were using an application, but basically the documentation is sketchy at best.
Billy.
Yeah, it was Billy. That's right. So the challenge that we've got is that there is a range of content creation tools that many of us are increasingly trying to stick them together like a pedal board, and they were never intended to be designed for that. And for example, I'm using two different computers here. I'm running two different instances of Zoom. I've got a video switcher. I'm because my audio has to kind of be able to hit the Zoom meeting, but not have any kind of a feedback loop, but also then be able to stream out to Facebook and to YouTube. There's a series of things that are happening here that I'm not going to bore you with the details of. But by the time, hey, Tom, welcome back. By the time I make it down into the second computer, there's a second instance of Zoom. I'm using OBS, which is probably going to be replaced with Ecamm Live. We're cobbling a bunch of things that weren't designed to be put together. And every Saturday, I pretty much spend the entire day teaching, where I'm dependent upon audio and video, and really doing a series of things that make it, this whole concept of how we make all the pieces cobbled together that aren't designed to be cobbled together. And there's just a bunch of crap that's happening in the process. Which cameras are supported, which ones aren't. This whole USB 3. Generally speaking, if it doesn't have a blue connection or cable, it's not USB 3, and it has this funny looking little connector. Then until somebody actually tells you you can't use a previously compliant USB cable to use USB 3, you're just kind of the jerk that just didn't know any better. And so the idea is there really isn't an encyclopedia of content creators where like, oh, here's this thread, here's this problem, here's the OBS thread, and there are streaming things, but our unique needs are, kind of like, hey, for example, the PreSonus part of this, like, the oh my word. I'm watching you, Roman. The whole
Roman,
part of
thank you
this
so
is
much.
like
That's just the greatest thing for me to see when I sign back in. My frozen face.
your frozen
I
face.
did make the headroom joke, so I deserve it. I get it.
And there you go.
Holy crap, that's really funny.
So the idea of us being able to have kind of a community. So I will extend the invitation, and I'm not meaning to scuttle the skull and bones, but the whole idea is that we can get in there and hopefully, because my heart for what I want to do with this channel is not just broadcast at people. There's plenty of broadcasting at people and plenty of pontificating, as opposed to the kind of like, Romero, why the tone zone? Like, I've got a bunch of tone zones and a bunch of my guitars. They were one of my go-to pickups because they sound great. The PAF, before the PAF Joe, there was the PAF Pro, which is a great sounding pickup. So, all of us are like, hey, I've got this guitar. The pickups aren't quite right. Because we share a common leaning towards the things that we like, we can go, hey, this particular set of DiMarzios I love. And I think, collectively, what's neat about this group, especially since there's a bunch of tech heads, So I will just we will share that link to all of you guys. Oh my word! There's cats. Is cats? What? You know that just looks wrong, dude. You gotta holster that puppy, dude. Get. Oh my word.
Chris and I were talking the other day about their trip over to Diodario factory, and I swear to God, my favorite part of the Diodario factory tour was not the Diodario factory tour. It was the bus ride over with Roman, and our conversation about getting pulled over, and we were just it was half of the time you're at these Dreamcatcher camps. I swear to God, it's not the guitar. It's all the other stuff. You know, I think that one time, the first time I met Chris on Facebook before I even knew him, because he said, I'm leaving from Hawaii. I'm like, what are you, crazy? That's what I posted. You're leaving to come to Colorado from Hawaii? That's nuts. And, you know, he comes right into the lobby over at Vail, and we just, I mean, bang, you know? And it's a sad commentary maybe on society that it's really hard to make friends in some ways, you know?
I
It's
agree
not,
with that. It's really
but
hard to
it
make
can
good
be,
friends.
you know?
Especially as you get older, it's definitely harder to make good friends. I totally agree.
Yeah, and I was kind of bumming about that. I think even before but that first Vi camp, and I'm there with Chris Barclay, and he's like at the bar the whole time because he's not sleeping. He's literally on the opposite clock.
Yep.
And that camp, Doug, were you at the first Vi camp in Saratoga, New York? I don't remember if you were there.
I was not at the first Vi camp. I came in at Vile.
Vile, right? Vile. That was that camp. I don't know. That camp was unbelievable. Every camp was unbelievable. I was so terrified that first time playing with Steve Vai. All I wanted to do was make him laugh.
Well, that's
if I
hilarious.
make him laugh, I could die. I would be fine. So that was the camp where he makes you sing your part. You have to sing the drum part. You have to sing the bass player to sing the bass line. Right? Remember that, Chris? He was making everybody have to sing their part. I'm like, you know, of all the things that vex me, singing, you know, and then I played the Star Wars theme, and he doubled over laughing so hard, and at that point my life changed. Just when I got that cassette of him playing in San Diego, at that little San Diego place, that's my first tape of Steve Vai, was him playing live in San Diego. And it was like Alcatraz, and it was a lot of Flexible, and there was a lot of the other stuff, but I'd never heard guitar like that. I'd only been playing for a month at that point. Changed everything. I mean, that's just super fan stuff, but it's just, I mean, Flexible for me was, Doug, you were friends with one of my favorite guitar players in the world, Brad Gillis.
Brad Gillis.
Wow. Brad Gillis's work on the Speak of the Devil album was just astounding. What was probably the best thing I've ever heard him do. It's just an amazing album.
Can you tell me
Loved
when
it.
his birthday is?
You know, well, Tom, you're talking about friendships and everything that we've developed. One thing that social media has done is it has made friendship, the concept of friendship, a mile wide and an inch deep, right? And that's what we've seen over the last 20 years as technology has developed. We have, so many more people in our circle, but the relationships don't go very deep, And I think it's great that we could find something that's that we all have so in common, that we're passionate about, the love of music, right? And dig into it and unite around it, and then have ideas, have discussions like this. Share some time together when we go to the camps, and to me, it's a great thing. It's the right way to use and develop these kinds of friendships. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm in good company.
And I think the other aspect of that is to the roommates that you get at these camps that you don't know, and there's that college or almost slightly camp-like thing where you don't know what you're going to walk into. And Mr. Barclay, right now I believe it's almost 5 in the morning over there for you? 5? Is it 5 o'clock Wednesday?
He's not saying an awful lot. I think he's asleep with his
Five-
eyes open.
5 in the morning.
It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's
It's Thursday. Thursday.
Oh, 5 in the... What?
He's in the future.
Yeah, yeah.
So, just to interject real quick, guys, bad news. We've got 5 days for Brad Gillis. His birthday is the 15th of June.
Well, I guess we're not sleeping tonight.
That's twice as much time as I had for Vi. After I saw the posting.
And Chris, you're 40 times faster now, so get on it. You have no excuse anymore.
You can't hide behind the download speeds anymore, mister. We're on to you. Brad Gillis' birthday is in 5 days?
It's in 5 days.
That's a very manageable thing.
Grab your whammy bars.
Right.
Let's go.
Grab your original Floyds. That's what he's all about. But
Well,
I only bring that up because I read it on the back of Doug's CD that he played on Doug's CD. Which one was it, Doug? Which album was it that he played on? Did he play on both of your CDs or that one that I have? He played on the CD, right?
He played on new instrumental, and it was actually really cool. I think Atma, the drummer, knew Brad somehow, but Brad and I... Well, no, I'd known Brad for like... you got to understand, the Bay Area, the Bay Area is unlike any other place in the world. Like LA, everybody kind of is like, oh, let me see how I can kind of walk on. You lived in LA, you went to MI, you know how it is. New York is they'll just
moving there when I was leaving GIT. That's where I was headed, and unfortunately, got sidetracked by sad personal stuff. So then I came home. I came back here, but that's where I wanted to go. My Night Swan was stolen in the hate. I had a Kramer Night Swan. It was stolen in the hate, and I was gonna go back there specifically to play out and play until I found the guy who had my Night Swan. That's find you. I will play out and I will find my Night Swan. Very unique Night Swan. It didn't have all the Vivian Campbell stuff. It was just sparkle blue. It didn't have like the lightning. It was a totally unique Night Swan, but good things happened from it. I had car insurance. It was stolen out of my car in the hate. That's how I got my performance. So, it worked out. It worked out anyway. And by the time that happened, I couldn't wait to. I love the Bay Area. Absolutely. I know the traffic. It's a little bit like New York City that way, traffic-wise. Like you're better off to just be where you have to be and not have to drive.
It's not as insane as New York, but downtown San Francisco is lunatic. So the Brad part of it is first of all, he's a stupidly nice guy. And the thing about him is it's kind of like Steve Vai. Like it was so funny. So I've known Brad for 30 years. So all the rock guys used to hang out, and when they would come back from being on tour, everybody would kind of hang out at the clubs and play. Who was it that was? Somebody was talking. In any case, the people. It was my conversation with Matty, and he was just talking about this. And when we could do this roadie one, it's going to be awesome because it's just kind of the paradigm when a big band comes and plays club dates. What that means, it's just like it was awesome. But the point being is that all the rock guys would come back in off tour. They just want to hang out at the club and play music because they love flipping playing music so much that's what they did when they came home. It's like, what else are they going to do? So Brad was just one of the guys, and the Bay Area guys are just pretty much notoriously cool. So we just kind of knew each other around, and I remember. I'm gonna say 1988, maybe 1990 at best. Nah, it's closer to 88. Brad and I were at the Rocktron booth at the NAMM show. And I'm playing something, and he's playing something, and in walks Paul Gilbert. And Brad and I just kind of looked at each other and just went, "Oh
man."
This was a Racer X version 1 era Paul Gilbert, just like holy cow. So
87, I think.
Yeah. So it was just kind of one of those things. So I ended up kind of
graduated high school.
What's that?
'88's when I graduated high school.
Yeah, young
At the
buck.
the parents are going, "You're going to go to college, then you can go to guitar school." Now I went, "I want to go to guitar school now." Well, then good luck. Okay. How much money is it to go? How much money do I have to save? And then, the best thing about that is I wound up going to Fredonia State, which is where Bob Burwell actually graduated from. Of all full circles, at Vail in Colorado at the Vi Camp, I wound up talking to Bob about Fredonia, and it was just awesome.
Great.
We were talking about an old alma mater, and I got kicked out of there. So I told him the whole story about the partying, and so that's why the parents didn't want me to go out to LA, because they knew I was going to be a party animal, and they were like, "We'd like you closer." So I was on the opposite side of the state. But anyway, not to bore everybody. Brad Gillis is God to me. I love Brad Gillis.
So the best part was to hear him talk, and I think he's told the story publicly enough times, but telling the Ozzy story. So, they were in New York, and he'd gotten flown out there, and, it was pretty short notice. Mm-hmm. And he said, I think they were in some 2-story apartment / hotel room, and Ozzy comes down with a bathrobe. He's like, it was the 80s.
Crikey.
And he kind of comes down, and they have this conversation. And I don't remember exactly, but there's a Chinese restaurant in town. He's just telling the story of kind of like Ozzy going, "I think you're going to be the guy." And then wandering back off. And that was basically it. But, the thing about Brad is that his whammy bar work is just, and he's got this series of little chromatic things. It's brilliant. Just a brilliant guitar player, great songwriter, lovely guy. He's in great shape. If you look at him, he's like, the guy looks great. My aunt and I at one point, we decided on a whim we were going to go and hang out with Night Ranger in Florida. So we flew and hung out with Night Ranger in Florida just because. And it was just they played some street festival, and those guys sound great. They play great. Brad is absolutely lovely, and they're having a great. There was a period of time that I think it was called grunge, where a bunch of us couldn't get arrested. Or actually, if we showed up wearing our metal garb, we would get arrested. But aside from that, and it's been neat to see, Night Ranger, Journey, these bands that there was a dip in their popularity, now really enjoying arguably as much popularity as they've ever had. It's been great.
Because their songs are awesome. I can add that when I graduated GIT in 1992, the only thing that was more depressing than graduating from a shred school was that Nirvana had just finished Nevermind that season. 91, they were recording it in Hollywood while I was going to school there. I'm like sitting there slaving for Norman, transcribing his parts for his record, because that's what he had me doing. Because he was a tremendous, he was a huge help to me. Huge. Tremendously super, one of the most amazing people I've ever met. And he just like, okay, well, and Nirvana's recording in Hollywood while I'm at school there. I'm like, and people were like, it was still Warrant, it was still shred stuff, it was still, every single person that summer as I'm leaving GIT is getting canned. It was like literally every single band that was in LA was getting fired. That summer when I was in GIT.
It's crazy to hear that perspective. I was a sophomore in high school then, just learning how to play Metallica and Slayer and Megadeth and that kind of stuff, which was cool when I started playing it. And the better I got at it, the less cool it became.
Oh, no.
And by the time I graduated in 94, everyone was like, "You know how to play? Weak." Like, that's so lame that you know how to play your guitar. But
when you do that thing when you push the pick on the string and you make that high weak note, don't do that. That's awful.
Yeah, it was.
That was a frustrating time as a guitar player. I grew up in North Alabama in the 80s, and there wasn't a lot of room for hair metal here. And if you weren't Americana or country or R&B, that Muscle Shoals R&B sound, and in a lot of ways it's still it can still be like that. But yeah, I just you couldn't play the hair metal, you couldn't find the gigs around here, and by the time I had moved away from here, Nirvana had come along, the whole Seattle sound started happening, and the whole industry changed.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was an amazing time to be alive in that sense because I gotta be honest. When I was at GIT, I didn't get into shred. I got into Hendrix. I got into I got into all the stuff that Nick Nolan was kind of pushing me toward, and the stuff that Norman was just like, "You want this," and Steve Travato, who was tremendous. He's a teacher at USC now, I believe, and he has a couple True Fire things out. He's the nicest guy. I don't want to take up all our time. My best friend, my bass player, killed himself just as I left GIT. Moving to San Francisco together, and he killed himself. And so my life just went whoop. I didn't play guitar. Everything was over, and I had to put everything back together again. So by '94, I was playing again, and I got back into it again. But it was a life-changing thing, and then it was always a little bit like, well, my hair was all the way down the middle of my back, which is why I don't have any hair now. And it's one of the funnier aspects of how these things work is that the whole time I never stopped playing, really, for a little bit. But I always still kept in mind of like that whole life switch. And to me, the Bay Area was just that kind of. That's why I wanted to go. And if I had been 21, we could all try to be 21 again. But that was a singular time and moment when it wasn't up to me, and that's why I always take everything Steve does with his with other things that he talks about with the esoteric stuff. That's the life changing stuff for me. That it's not just his guitar playing. He's talking about that. So, Chris, you rock, man.
Yeah, Chris.
Not responding to what you said, just saying goodbye to Chris.
Goodbye. Been a pleasure. Been a pleasure.
Rock, brother.
Cheers, mate.
It appears we are starting to dwindle down.
Tom, I think what you just said there is the key for me when it comes to guitar playing. That it's kind of the answer to it all, at least for me. Regardless of what happens, keep playing.
Oh yeah, that was.
That's the answer to everything.
I had my voice back on the whole thing because I didn't realize how much of my identity was together with my best friend, he was playing. He was first chair at Empire State Youth Orchestra, so he had a gift. He had the gift. He was one of those guys that we can talk about that have the gift, And he was playing Ladies' Night in Buffalo, the guitar solo, on bass.
Damn.
And I mean, I get goosebumps when I still think about him because we were best friends because we were both geeks. We were both Rush fans. So we had our whole Rush tribute thing going. That's what we were going to be doing in the Bay Area. We were going to set up, look for a drummer, and we were going to be a Rush tribute band. Before tribute bands were the thing, I said, listen, I can sing really weird. I have a high, weird voice. I can pull off Geddy Lee. It's not that I know how to sing. I just have a weird voice.
Geddy can say the same thing.
Yeah, but Geddy is also a master. So
that's the thing. You can master being himself.
Well, again, the thing is, what I'm trying to go with it as is life is, you never know. That's why this whole project, doing the birthday things, doing these birthday things, showing appreciation, showing gratitude, especially to each other, and doing this kind of thing for each other. We all meet very briefly on this little pale blue dot, and then we're gone. So let's make the most music we can and and thank the people who really make it cool to do all the time.
Well said.
I always think of that story Steve talks about as like he was everybody's favorite, and then people wanted him dead. Mm-hmm. He talks about that part of the story, and I just go, people wanted you dead? Because that was literally, I didn't even know. Because I got so into Hendrix, and I got into blues, and I got into other stuff to try to find my voice again. I have to find my way and not have my gifted friend leading me where I should be going. I had to find my path, and that's the best lesson. And that's why I still have such a heart for the Bay Area. And knowing that one of these days I would have met Brad, and he would go, okay, Stalker, out of here.
I love it.
Well, Steve says, he became the poster child for all of the guitar and flash excess of the 80s. And so, that's why he caught a lot of flack in the 90s. And, but fortunately, he kept doing what he was passionate about. He kept making the music. And
I always thought that was really unfortunate because like the biggest problem I think was with all the posers, and he was the antithesis of that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
And he also just, felt watching his path, man. I mean, geez. Like I said, he just,
But I think the bright side is that given how he recovered from that, he's become this unbelievably insightful, strong, yet caring person that
I love what he's doing.
He's the product of all of that. And we are fortunate enough to not only have the opportunity to hear him speak, but to have a connection with him musically to make those words mean even more.
Yeah.
That's the true value that I see in it, which is pretty incredible.
I love what he's chosen to do over the last 10 or 15 years since he's decided to teach, right? And to share his knowledge and his experience, and then especially coming up with the camps and everything. It's just it's fantastic. It just really is a wonderful thing for him to do in the position that he's in, to use his position to pass along that knowledge and share that knowledge with everyone.
I always believed that Steve I was that because I remember those crazy articles in Guitar Player when he was talking about liquid dropping with chords, and he was like his esotericism to me was always very apparent. Like he had a unique thing going on about whole philosophy stuff, but he wasn't really sharing it, like you said, until the last decade or whatever. But Doug, question for you.
Yes.
Hasn't Steve always been doing the esoteric stuff? Like, I mean, he is what he preaches. Right? And you know him from the Classified. I mean, that awesome thing you did a couple weeks ago with all the Vibe people. I felt like this is back to camp. It was such a treat, and it was so awesome listening to you talk to Steve as somebody who knows Steve for a really long time. And I'm just like sitting there going like, this is awesome. It was such a great interview.
Here's the thing is that I think all these folks are on their own journey. What I try not to do, and I'm not being a jerk about it, there's certain stuff that I just don't comment on about. Here's the thing.
I didn't mean to ask a question.
No. And so I don't want it to be awkward at all, which is not the goal. It's like, here's the thing is like, I think everybody's on a journey from birth to death, and we have different thoughts or sometimes the same thoughts about what happens after death. And here's the thing is like, I think that I think it's great that Steve is having conversations with people about stuff other than just being a shredding guitar player, and getting him to think about their having their spiritual awareness and actually just kind of go, you're more than just strings and wood, right?
Iron wood.
So so the idea is that what I do is I don't weigh in on any of that because it's his thing. And then Joe has his thing, and Brad Gillis has his thing, and I have my thing. And I think generally there's a lot of too much weighing in on everybody else's thing. And it just, without being a weenie about it, it's just kind of like, you know what? I think here's the thing. What I love is the six of us that are left here. I think there's a bullseye and a sweet spot. And we've managed to not talk about a bunch of the things that I'm not even going to mention. And we can actually just hang out and have this this is the thing is that social media can be weed deep, but at the same time, one of the things is camaraderie is something you can't fake. You can't synthesize it. And this is one of the things about, I don't know if any of you guys went to camp as kids, but I went to camp. I went to music camp, but I loved that sense of you had this very short burst of time with people, but the feeling lasted a lifetime. Like the people that I met in summer camp, I haven't seen them for decades, most of them. But the guy that was my roommate at GIT was a guy that I knew and met at summer camp in 5th or 6th grade, and we're still in touch, right? You know, so and it was a music summer camp, you know, so that those things happen and they tie us together. The other thing is that, you know, it's if you go to a Steve Vai concert, are you going to meet a bunch of other guitar players that you're going to hang out with? No. Right? I mean, you're going to go to the concert, you know, the tall person standing in front of me, I'm like, I hate that guy. Not really. But the point, right? I mean, you know, it's like
all the guitar players in town are there.
And they're all there. And so, you know, and usually what comes along with that is like, oh, well, my new record's out. You know, and there's all the posturing. What I love about the camps is there was none of the posturing, right? I mean, people are just hanging out, being cool. And, you know, it never went there. And that is something that I think is very special. And, you know, and I actually, you know, again, I feel guilty in that. And first of all, thank you guys for signing on to said group. But I'm, you know, here's the thing is I'm trying to find this thing where there's a community of people that can, you know, because here's the thing is with all the technology, I've got the VR1 HD, I've got OBS, I've got 2 instances of Zoom, I got a UA audio interface, I've got, you know, lots of thoughts about, because I've spent the past nearly 2 years studying with a guy named Sean Cannell, who's a YouTube influencer. And so although I'm not doing a bunch of the things that I will be doing soonish, one of the things that's happening is that this is a project that I'm working on for a certain, I wonder what manufacturer it could be, at a certain retailer. So the thing is that, you know, I'm deeply immersed in the content creation world. I've spent years lighting rooms, you know, dealing with the stuff that most everybody is about to like, because once you start down this slippery slope, you're there. You're kind of like, well, I want to have a light, you know. So I've got my little baby light up here. Not that you know, you don't think about these things, but then you begin to go exactly like Sonia was talking about. The next stage of this is treating the room. Like, and you know, and then making sure that you're isolating your speakers from the environment that they're on, you know, all these little things that all of a sudden it's kind of like dialing in your rig, right? All these little pieces, they actually play a little part, but there are so many decisions and so many people that are not in the guitar space talking about stuff. You know, first of all, the shotgun. Do I use a shotgun? Do I do a lav? Do I do the headphones over the top? You know, and you know, if I personally would prefer not to have to stick these things in my flipping ears for 3 hours at a time. I'm just saying, you know, but at the same time, you also know that there's all this upstream and downstream stuff. You know, so knowing the little hacks like, hey, by the way, when you open up a browser to preview your video feed, it starts pissing audio, you know, and the worst part of it is you don't hear it.
Right.
So the funny thing is I was on a stream last night and the guy said, oh, there's an echo. I immediately knew which browser to go to turn the audio down. I'm like, I can't even hear it, but I know where it is. So it's just kind of like, you know, and there's about 5 or 6 things that you eventually go, okay, that's the list. You know that browsers are going to piss audio even when you can't hear it because we're so used to having our speakers up, it's either on or it's not. But the strange thing is that there's an audio pipeline that if anything's creating sound, it's potentially being piped along and you don't even hear it. It's just like, you know, everything that we understand as guitar players, right? You know, if we're playing with single coils, you know, we're in the middle position, it buzzes. We know to do this because we can hear it. You know, even if, you know, and even if we don't hear it well, we're like, oh, that's that thing. But chasing things that you can't see and can't hear is like madness. It's like, holy cow. And then there's a frame rate thing, which by the way, just for pisses and giggles, 30 frames per second. Just there.
Always.
But then there's kind of like, how do we fix the audio thing? How many of you guys teach guitar? And how many of you teaching remotely?
Well, I will be.
Okay,
now that I have internet.
Right. Romero, do you teach in person or over the internet right now?
Sorry, right now on Skype.
So, and how bad is the audio on Skype? Just terrible.
Yeah, terrible. I just play my guitar with these monitors and in front of the HC cam, a Logitech cam, and that's it.
So here's the thing because everything's going direct. If you put on your earbuds, Zoom with the higher audio setting, coming direct out of your audio interface with earphones, it's going to be great for you. And the other thing that you can do, hang on a second. I'm going to make you a co-host. Take a look down below at what you just got down below, and take a look at the record button.
Record button. Okay, yeah.
So now what you're able to do is you're able to record, and you're able to give your students record privileges. So now, so Chris, you're nodding your head. What are you using with your students?
I haven't started doing online yet, but because I've got a Zoom account through my work, I've got the super admin privileges thing. So yeah, I'll probably do Zoom.
So and I've been doing Zoom for the past year. This whole turn off original sound is the whole deal. That's the juice. Tom, what are you using?
I was using Zoom, and we actually had very funny. The very beginning of this whole quarantine, we had. I realized in order to do the Jam Kazam, because I thought, oh, this will be great. Actually, I have a couple friends that do Jam Kazam, and I'll get them in the Jam Kazam, and it'll be cool, and we'll still be able to play. And no. Because they didn't have enough servers. They're not ready for every musician to be home.
Yeah, I fell down the Jam Kazam rabbit hole as well. That did not work.
It was not even close to being their fault. Now, here's what's really funny. That my bass player, so we had to do, it hit so fast. I mean, everybody within a month is working from home. These are all bars that I play at. I play out usually twice a week. I mean, fairly regularly. This last 2 years have been great. I've been playing so much more than I ever have. Been a lot of bars, a lot of places to play. I know a lot of the places and the people we're playing, and they're out of work. So we did a benefit to raise money for the people out in restaurants not working. We raised like almost $10,000.
Nice.
And what we had to do was do a session where my band. Now I was considered to be the tech guy, and I showed you guys how I'm a tech guy. I showed it froze. I have the gremlins are about me at all times. I can have it working really well, and then something just boop. No, and then think on your feet. What are you gonna do? And that's actually because I've switched careers, being a web guy and then being an app guy. You just kind of change hats and go, okay, now what do I have to do? I'm not used to trying to do that while I have a Facebook stream and I'm watching 15 people were watching me. Now it's 2.
Well, the great thing about when it drops from 15 to 2, you learn very quickly what not to do. Okay. So, and the other thing is it may just be, oh, the game's on. And so, and I'll tell you, one of the other things that happens when there's 2, those are the 2 that really want to be connected. So there is a certain amount to be said about that. And by the way, you are using an Ethernet cable connected to your computer, correct?
Yes, and that's actually what I think of all the things. I wanted to hold this up for a second because what happened tonight with my freeze, right? And I've been trying to go. I realized at the very beginning of this whole thing with the whole quarantine and doing a playback and doing my cover band playback had to do this whole thing together for the benefit was that I had to have an Ethernet connection in my laptop. I just got this laptop with USB-C, whatever. I don't have the adapter. And so suddenly it's like, well, Amazon's not giving you anything. You're not gonna, you're gonna be screwed. So I wound up getting, like, I was able to get 2, and I got this one. It took like a week. I got this one output that does it, and it was a weird driver for a Mac, but okay, it worked. But ever since I got that, I've had nothing but problems.
Okay, well, so here's the deal.
I got, and
so
now I'm not having problems.
So I mean, you just said the $1 million thing. So Bonica, well, we're streaming. Bonica had recommended something to try, so I could actually use my DSLR as a webcam. And the moment I installed it, it just kind of created some drama, and I just uninstalled it. But the reality is like if it's causing problems, get it out of there. I was gonna say, oh right, so we should first of all, let's figure. I know that Chris has got like, hey, I got stuff to do like dinner and family and all that. But here's the thing. I invite everybody to come hang out and join this group. And the idea is it's really about content creators sharing stuff. And the last thing I'm gonna share is this guy right here. So it's a CalDigit. It's a 15 port hub. So here's the crazy thing that happens, and I'll keep it short, but basically OBS and my rather expensive MacBook Pro, OBS draws my battery even when I'm plugged into a power supply.
Oh my God. Oh, that's why.
WTF. WTF. So I'm like, okay. And so the thing is that, what would happen is go down to 5%, up to 8%, 7%, but it never completely died except for one day, an hour and a half before a webinar or, going online. So I'm like, okay. So I had fortunately ordered this guy. And so basically it's a CalDigit Delio that basically allows me to basically not have to use a dongle. And so the thing is because natively you can't actually run an Ethernet flipping cable into your gosh darn Mac. Now, let me not do a rant other than to say it's just like, you know what, they're trying to make it so you can get a faster connection in there and have a slimmer form factor. So the point being is these little, like if there's a problem, I've hit it, and for your PreSonus thing, pull that out and completely pull it out of line and see if you have any of the same problems.
I've reinstalled it. I've actually, the thing with PreSonus, and they've been wonderful because I've been using them for a while. When I say a while, like 10 years, and I had different things. And the one guy, I just keep chasing the same tech, which is probably like kind of psychotic, I think. But I keep going after the same person. Am I gone?
No. Dinner is served for Chris. So if I may, shall we wrap?
We'll wrap.
Gentlemen.
It's probably not a bad idea. I think, what are we, 4.5 hours deep into this now?
Yeah.
No, it's only 4 hours and 22 minutes.
In the morning. I felt obligated to stay on much later.
I appreciated you coming back on. Gentlemen.
On there at 4 in the morning.
Let's stay in touch. This has been a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And guys, this is so cool what you guys did. Awesome. Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you so much. Great talking and seeing all of you guys. Looking forward to seeing you guys soon.
Cheers.
We'll talk soon. All right, buddy.
Absolutely. Take care, you guys.
Bye-bye.
Later.